Alright, we are live. I was going to get coffee, so I was a little bit slow. But we out here. I may need to edit my sound settings, but I think for now we'll see what we can do with it. So we left off yesterday. I was tasked with going across a lake so that we can actually start working for an int, or I suppose a tree folk man. So I crossed the river, or the lake rather, from Tinadir, all the way over here to the Eaves, and I've picked up all of the quests in this area, so now we can go ahead and start questing. I think I might be going the wrong way. I think we gotta go this way. At some junction, I will have to make a trip all the way into Bree to pick up a starting quest for a horse so that I can actually start using a mounted quest, or rather a mount. I was also able to start a burglar, or I guess it would be a thief character, and so I might at some point start leveling that once I get this guy to a high enough level to where I can feel comfy just putting it on the side. I do think I need to change the volume just a little bit on that music, that way it's not too loud comparatively to everything else. Target not in line of sight. Oh, my cat wishes to be in my lap. There we go, buddy. You gotta lay down. Alright. Need to kill a few more of these tribesmen. And I gotta do a few more. We've got like several quests here actually. Man, 1100 on the Coda of Fury. That's pretty sick. We love hitting those. I will say that I think one of my favorite aspects of playing the Minstrel, and I don't know if it's for all of the casters in this game, but being able to move while using my abilities is very nice coming from WoW, wherein like if you're playing a caster you kind of have to sit still and hope for the best. I gotta grab these wards over here. Ooh, holy moly, I got level 38. I said I was gonna get that yesterday, but here we are getting it now. Commendations. Not overly sure what the monster players are. Maybe one day I'll make one. Try and figure it out. I actually think the game sound is the problem. Let me get in there. Let's reduce master volume just a touch to 45. That should work. Should hopefully make it a little bit easier to understand. I love that the wolves just do not care that these guys are dying right next to them. Must have been the wind ass shit. I do appreciate that not all of the monsters will leash, which is really nice. But then other times it is a little odd that they don't. There's more wards that I gotta pick up. How many of these do I need? 5. Okay. For some reason I thought I had misread that the last time and I thought it said 15. Thought for a moment that I would be wandering these hills forever. A little bit of lag, it looks like. Make sure I'm still in the quest area. Knowing my luck, I would have ventured too far and I would have gotten out of the quest zone. There's the third of 5 Guardian wards, or Gorodon wards. Perfect. Ooh, just one-shot that guy. That's pretty huge. Let me see. Oh man, not the corpse. Okay, we'll grab all that. We love treasure chests that are disguised as corpses. I think... for the most part, I'm just looking for the wards and then a few other individual Gorodons that I need to kill. I think this is the last ward that I need to pick up. And then what else do I need to do? I need to collect Gorodon pouches. I need a Gorodon spear. Which it looks like some of my objectives are in this direction. No, my buff fell off. I didn't get to use my Kodo of Fury. Alright, here's the spear that I need. Perfect. Is this another treasure chest? For the most part. And what else am I looking for? Oh, I gotta go way up north. Yeah, let's go northward. I don't know where the pouches are. I'm not really seeing any of those. And that might just be up towards the actual feed from the river, so let's do that. Let's head this direction and see if I can't find a way around. I may need to figure out a spot to go down, because I'm not overly sure that there's actually a path down from here. Perfect. Alright, I mean, it's not the worst drop I've ever seen. I wish it would tell me roiling the rills. Defeat Gordane at the Evan rills. Okay. Pretty sure that's over here. Yep, I just gotta find a way down. Which looks like it'll just be, a cinch. Maybe. Uh-oh. Hang on. Okay, not too bad. We'll wait until that falls off, and then we'll go scree sledding again. Alright, now we can just go this way, along this path, and then head towards our next objective. Formidable Forest Shambler. There we go. We are almost there, I think. What was that debuff I had? Alright, there's more of the wards, so I know I'm going the right way. Twilight Howler. Now we're in the Evan Rills. I'm hopeful that the pouches are over here, because I didn't see any when I was going through the other hills. So hopefully these pouches that I need are here. There they are. They are indeed over here. That's excellent. Two more. Both of them are right there. Perfect. This dude's just having a bath over here? He's just chilling? He's just letting the waterfall fall over him like a shower. One more. And it should be this guy. Awesome. Alright, now I've got all of these. Pretty sure... Yeah, pretty sure I just need to turn in all these quests. I should have... Yes, Eve Spires. Oh wait, there's one more quest up here. Which one is this? Tears of Purity. Okay, hang on. That could have been disastrous if I completely forgot where to go from that one. It's not that. Here it is. This is where I need to be. Awesome. Now I'm pretty sure I can travel back to the Eve Spires. This should help quite a bit.
How can I be of service?
I have to choose one of these. That's a 15-minute food buff. I think they're all 15 minutes, right? I don't actually know if any of these are different. This is in-combat power regen and morale regen, and non-combat power and morale regen. I mean, one of these is better than the others, surely. That's 3.8 non-combat, 6.9 non-combat power and morale regen. I guess it doesn't matter. We're gonna get that one.
What can I do for you? How can I be of service?
Sick. Now we'll pick this one up.
Greetings to you.
How can I be of service? What do you need?
Perfect. Now I can turn it all into longbow. Longbow. That's what we need.
Stand now and rest a while.
Perfect.
What do you need? Mind my words, traveler.
Place false wards. Okay. I guess that's the only quest I got. We just gotta place the false wards down, man. Ooh, that was a huge crit. What the hell? Huge crits. A few more wards to place. We're gonna try and cut through and avoid having to fight things that I don't need to fight. I say as I pick fights. Okay, where's the next... Oh, shit. I'm being accosted by insects. Where is the next ward? There it is. I was trying to find it and it just wasn't showing up. My pop-in distance is just a little too close. So I may need to look at the view distance settings and see if I can't change that. I'm not sure if that will affect these false wards, like quest objectives, from being brought into view or not, but it's probably worth a try. Surely, anyhow. Oops. One more after this, and then we should be good to go back to the eaves. Not the glowing fireflies. Awesome. Now I just go back. This guy's just throwing shit at me? That's rude. Nice, nice. I think they're at the bottom of this waterfall, but I'm unsure if I will survive the fall down, so maybe I shouldn't do that, but maybe I should. Artisan scrolls for the tailor. Alright, where is the... Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I missed the water by just a hair. That is tragic. I gotta check something really quick. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Yeah, I gotta look at something really fast. Where are we at? We're gonna turn this in.
What can I do for you?
This guy's got another quest, hell yeah.
You should not be giving up.
Oh, now I have to find the other trees. There's more than one tree. Alright. Knocking
Stay a
heads.
moment.
Steal a lucky stone from the giants of Ammon Moth? That seems rude. I'm taking their lucky stone?
Mind my words, traveler.
I'm like breaking into their house and stealing their shit, dude. That's so rude.
Maid of honor, might you spare?
Collect colorful berries. That's probably not good for you, to be honest. Not the firefly stink gas. I have completed the Garden Slayer, and now I have unlocked the advanced Garden Slayer feat, or deed. I'm what many would refer to as him. There's some colorful berries. Surely these aren't poisonous and will be good to eat. With no ill effects. Damn. Just one-shot that thing. With a regular, non-finishing move ability. I kind of attack really quick, what the hell? Hello? I was pushing my buttons, but nothing was happening. Alright, what am I looking for over here? I suppose that's the question, isn't it? I don't know what I'm looking for over here, actually. I guess it's just the berries. Which I've only found 2 of the 6. There's some more. Alright, yeah. I guess it's just the berries over here that I need to worry about. Nothing really else to look at, I suppose. More berries, and then I just need 2 more after this. I do appreciate that there's not that many, like, insane quests where they're just like, hey, go do this that's impossible without a group. I know that in the Lone Lands there were actually a bunch of quests that were like group quests, and it was very difficult, if not impossible, to get groups to do those quests with me. Although, with that being said, I still think that the Lone Lands, especially in that northeastern section of the map, is still my favorite section of questing that I've experienced in this game. I just need 2 more. Alright, cool. Just need 1 more set of colorful berries and then we'll be good to go. Which I suspect will be right there. Look at that. Uh-oh. We're gonna pull this guy over here. Well, I was intending on doing some AoE here, but he just stopped running after me. Alright, now I need to go do the giant stuff, which is over this way, I think. I think I need to be a woodcutter for that, and I am not a woodcutter. Deed completed. Oh yeah, this is for the... Uh-oh. Not the young forest shambler. Oh. I really need to look at what my mouse is doing and why it's doing that, because that seems kind of insane. Alright, I think that it would be impossible to climb this hill, so we're gonna try and find a way around, unless I can do a little bit of a switchback here, which I might be able to. Nice, nice. We love it. We love being able to actually climb things. That was some lag. What the hell? Alright, this guy's level 37 and he's got 1500 HP. Not even close. Not even a contest. Not the fart gas. I still think we're just rolling in here and stealing their shit for no real reason. Uh-oh, I got dazed. Uh-oh. Doesn't seem to matter too terribly. That is still quite a lot of damage, though. Almost half my HP. You're just chucking rocks at me, dude. It's so rude. I'm trying to remember what I need to do up here. I need a lucky rock. And then I need something else. Which I guess is just the stone giant chieftain. Which he looks like he's over there. Oh no, I got dazed again. I think it would be unwise to immediately pull the chieftain, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of self-healing here, and then I'll pull the guy. Alright, so that guy's dead. Uh-oh. There it is. Perfect. Look at that. I'm kind of a big deal. What else do I need? I need something else here. Oh man. I got Sherlock Holmes discombobulated. That's awful. I can't remember what this does. Oh, it just greatly increases my cry and call damage. Okay. I'm getting some input lag here. There's the discombobulate. That's awful. Alright. What am I looking for here? It's over here, actually. Am I still looking? Oh, there's the lucky stone. Okay. All right. Sick. Now we can run back to the Eve Spires or whatever they're called. It is a pity that my teleport is still on cooldown. Alright, so we're gonna destroy that. We're gonna destroy this. Basically all of the Traveler's steel lockboxes, they are getting out of here. I'm gonna take those. Oh, I found armor. That's pretty sick. I do think these are better than what I'm wearing. 3 Artisan Tailor scroll cases. That's pretty huge. Maybe I should be paying attention to where I'm going. This seems better than my Ring of the Eglain, to be honest. That's kind of huge. Alright, let's equip that, actually. Which one is that? It's that one. I would love to bind this to my account, thank you. Excellent. Completed the Herald's Hammer. Which one is that? Oh, it must have been the deed, right? Complete Herald's Hammer. Awesome. What does that give me? Before I get too far on the slope, we'll go ahead and kill this thing. Pristine hides. A lot of loot that I can just vendor for some easy gold. Maybe it would be helpful if I paid attention to where I was running. As I run into a tree.
What do you need?
Man, that lady was just yapping.
What can I do for you?
Just a big yapper.
Sweet-eyed maiden.
Befuddled Titans.
Greetings, friend. Will you lend me your ear?
Alright, now what am I doing? Pour Lithuanians draft into the giant stew pot. Oh man, I gotta go all the way back there now? That's crazy. You're gonna make me go all the way up there again? Oh well. I think once I'm done with Evandim's quest, I'll actually make my way towards Bree so that I can buy that mount. I believe I need to go to... Why did it do that? I believe I need to go to Henstacer's farm. The fox is accosting me. I'm being accosted by the local wildlife. And I got a slow? That's wild. We're gonna run this way really quick while I check something. Alright. Onwards and upwards to the giants' camp so that we can poison them. For the mere crime of existing. At some point I'll loot all of this stuff so I can deposit it into the into my bank, because I do have several tabs that I've organized the last time I was playing this. I think I can climb this section over here. I say think. I'm unsure on that one. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate the raid. See you, Tiger31. Those of you who are new here, we're just hanging out. Doing some quests in Evandim on my Minstrel. I only recently hit 38 earlier today, and now we're working on our way to 39. How's it going, man? How was your stream? Was it good? Mine's going pretty well. Just hanging out this fine Monday morning. Hopefully you guys are having a good start to your week. There appears to be some input lag. There it goes. Congrats on 37, thanks. Stream was good, almost ended another region in Herod Waith. Good, man. I haven't gotten too far. I think the most zones that I've done has been Lone Lands, Bree Lands, Hobbiton / the Shire, and then Evandin. Obviously Arid Luin for the starter area with the elves. I've been seeing some of the people reclaim territories. I'm assuming that's got to do with some kind of daily or weekly. I'm gonna go ahead and get a self-heal here going. We gotta go poison some giant pot here, man. Still kind of confused as to why we're doing this. They seem, well, not nice, but maybe that's because I'm breaking into their home. Maybe they're not nice because I shouldn't be in their house. Alright, now what do they do? Let's see what happens. Head feels funny. Where did all the pretty colors come from? Oh, we used the colorful berries to poison these dudes. That's rude as hell. We went foraging for evil. It's not very ranger of us, I don't think. Ooh. That was a lag spike. Which deed did I finish this? I kind of do wish that it would tell me which deed I finished whenever I hit the deed finished button. Because sometimes it does not say anything, and I lose track of which ones I actually have. But it should be good. We will finish them as they come. And then I may need to take a boat swain over back to Tenudir so that I can deposit some of this stuff into the bank, as well as vendor some of these other trash items. Well, there is also like the task board that I could turn some of these trophy items into. I don't have enough of several things, I don't think. I needed... It was like the mote of dust or something like that. Dust motes. I don't have enough of those. But I should have enough sheaths and the like. My TP to the Eve Spires is still on CD for, I think, another 30? Yeah. I think at some point I'm probably going to have to look up like a talent build, or I guess a trait build for minstrels. The last time that I put this together was 3 years ago, so surely the meta has changed. It seems to be working just fine for now though, so that's good. I did start leveling, or I guess putting more experience towards loyalty. Maybe eventually I'll get the first level in that so I can start using it.
Sweet-eyed melon.
Sweet-eyed melon.
Oh, now, what business have you with the eggs?
Now I gotta go to the Twisted Grove. Where's that at?
Sweet-eyed melon.
Collect rotted limbs. Gather any sickened or dead plants I may find. Man, my bag is gonna stink.
Will you lend me your ear?
Seek out these trolls and winnow their numbers. Okay. Now that's even further than the troll area. Or the stone giants.
Will you lend me your ear?
Head within the Twisted Grove and pour this into the waters below. How many, like... A few more of Longbow's tears and believe that they may purify this pool like they did the gored and tainted one. How many, like, times are you guys holding a jar up to this guy's face as he's crying? That seems really rude. Listen, man, I know you're crying, but can you, like, cry a little bit more accurately into this jar for me, please? Seems just a little rude. You could always put them on your quest tracker and you'll see what you finished as you do them. It does show it on screen as you finish one, but sometimes you can miss the announcement. That's pretty fair. I think there was an option somewhere in the settings that I was looking at earlier to automatically put the deeds that I start, put them into the quest tracker. I don't think I turned that on though. Not the fart gas. Every time I think of just exactly how I'm playing the Minstrel right now, it just kind of cracks me up. I'm just wandering through the woods, playing my tambourine really badly, enough to make people die. Which I think is just one of the funnier ways to actually start killing things. My favorite weapon, though, when I found one, was a cowbell. when I was doing the Barrow Downs in Breland, I think I had gotten like a random cowbell drop. And I think that put just enough sauce into the game to make me want to keep playing it. That was a long time ago before I took a little bit of a break for the War Within from WoW, but it was still a very funny and amusing moment in my Latro journey. I'm not overly sure of like, well, rather, I do know that there is like raids and relatively difficult dungeons. I'm assuming they go up to T3 and maybe a little bit beyond, but I've seen several calls in the LFG channel for like T3 groups and whatnot. Oh, hang on, I gotta kill these guys. I need loot. There we go. I've completed the Tomb Defender. Starts quest beyond the Gloaming Falls. Sick. I finished the... Now I see what you were talking about with the announcement. It's not like a very brightly colored announcement text. So I can see why I would miss that in the string of several other quest texts as I complete them. Let me go this way. I think this is where I need to go. We gotta play Mountain Goat here and scale this large stone edifice. I think after these series of quests I'll probably hit level 39, which will be pretty quick from when I started. I started at level 37, I hit 38 pretty swiftly into the session today. I need a valid target, it's right there. Perfect. Turn on my lantern, maybe that'll help me see things. It won't, but maybe. How long have you been playing Lord of the Rings Online for? Is this your main MMO, or is this something that you just kind of play on the side? Me personally, I usually play World of Warcraft, but lately with the guild that I kind of run, we're almost finished with our AOTC for the latest raids on a heroic. He's just threw a rock at me. It's rude. And so I've been looking for other games to play that aren't necessarily WoW. Oh, hell yeah, you missed. Ooh, these guys are kind of nightmare fuel, what the hell? He just threw a rock at me. I'm gonna need to self-heal after this one. I just need one more rotted limb, and then I think I need to kill a couple more of these guys. It's one hefty knockback. Good lord. Hell yeah. That was big damage. Big damn. Is it further down? Pretty sure it's further down. Oh, here it is. The tree's running away from me. Uh-oh. The water bubbles and glows for a moment before the darkness and murk returns. That doesn't bode well, I don't think. That's probably not great. Alright, where am I going now? I just gotta go back? Yeah. I got another 20, I think, yeah, on the port. We got more running ahead of us. These guys are pretty decent XP though. I'm not overly sure like how close or similar to like old school MMOs this game is, in the sense of like it wants you, or rather not necessarily wants you, but it expects you to kind of grind out mobs for XP. We had to kill the rotting limbs. Excellent. Now we can head back to the Eve Spires and turn these quests in, and presumably pick up more to start the process of continuing the rest of that story. I'm assuming we'll go back to like Rotheart or whatever his name is, and then maybe we'll find a way to purify those waters. Maybe we just need more of Longbow's tears. Maybe if we can just get him to cry a little bit more, we'll be able to actually do a little bit more work on the purification part of the quest. I gotta play myself a resounding tune so that I feel bolstered. Not the firefly ambush. That one didn't have any fart gas. Crazy. Alright, let's see. What do I need to get here? Do I have... I surely have room for all of this. Maybe. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Let's try it. Not enough room. I got enough room. I don't need this, though. Should do it. How long have I been playing Lotro? I've been very off and on with this game for a very long time, but I've not really been one to... Like, this is the highest level I've gotten to, almost 39. I started playing probably in 2018, when I first, like, really got into MMOs. well, a little bit after WoW, and then it's been very off and on. The last time after 2018 was like I think 2020, and then the most recent one, the most recent time that I played before now was 2023, and that's when I got this guy to like 34 or 35. So not super long. I'm well versed enough in MMOs to kind of get the gist of things without really having to delve too deeply into the systems, but not super useful in terms of actual Latro specific mechanics. If somebody were to ask me anything very specific on like where to go for things, I would be zero help. How about yourself? Have you been playing this game for a really long time? I can see where this game has like a lot of intricacies. It's obviously 19, almost 20 years old, so it's got a lot of history and a lot of content added to it after the fact. So I can't imagine that it's too shallow in terms of like what it has to offer.
What do you need?
Its roots run deeper than we had suspected. Yeah, it is a little bit of a problem, isn't it?
Megovanen.
You've been playing since you bought it at Target in 2007. I've taken a few breaks along the way. Got back in August of last year and been playing it a lot since then. Man, that's nuts. I was talking about it earlier yesterday when I was streaming this then, that I think my biggest regret when it comes to this game is not dropping the $100 on a lifetime VIP membership at the time. Level 39! Woo! Hell yeah. I can now purchase legendary books for my class trainer to start working on legendary deeds. Well, hell, I gotta go find that shit. Title awarded. Warden of Anuminos. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's a really long time. Do you have any specific, like, moments in the game that you feel are probably better? Like a good example would be for World of Warcraft. A lot of people really considered, like, Wrath of the Lich King expansion to be one of the best ones. And then they absolutely hate Warlords of Draenor, the one that came 3 expansions after Wrath. Were there any expansions for Lord of the Rings Online that were like pretty decent or kind of universally hated? I have a couple characters near level cap. I wish I did the lifetime VIP when I saw it was available. Congrats on 39. Thanks, man. Yeah, the lifetime VIP, like at the time I think I was maybe 17 or so, and while I was able to accrue money, it wasn't very much, and so $100 at the time was very weighty. And it's still a lot of money, but it was like way more money at the time. And I was like, well, I'm also into WoW. I don't really want to, you know, blow my wad on Latro and not really play it a whole lot. But man, I really wish I did. I don't think they're ever going to offer a lifetime VIP ever again. And if they do, it'll never be for $100. I would wager that you will soon compile some epic poem that will make you nearly as famous as I. Would you take a moment, though, to read my note and perhaps visit me? I hope you can. Alright, cool. Alright, where are you at? There it goes. Bert, Ninetails, and Bree. Okay. Where do I need to go? Man, he doesn't tell me where to go. Moria is a place that I liked, except for a few places. Gondor was amazing, especially when I arrived at Minas Tirith for the first time. Many people don't like Moria. Gotcha. Do they not like Moria for, like, a specific reason? Is it, like, not a fun expansion? Was it just a really grindy zone? We're gonna go back to Tinyadir so that we can actually do something here. So that we can deposit and sell some stuff. I think this dude is the one with the bank that I need to look at. Yes, open my vault.
Greetings.
Artisan Scholar. There they are. And then we need jewel crafting. And then we have Tailor. Metalsmith. I will eventually learn what these icons are by sight rather than having to actually read the item. Weaponsmith. This should probably go into Jeweler. I probably have a bunch of these in Misk. Yeah, I got a bunch in Misk. Which is probably not where they need to be. And there's Adamants, which are in Jeweler. Man, that's crazy. Sapphires. Chunks of Prilled Brimstone. And I think the rest of this could probably be tossed. I don't think very many of this stuff is like profession equipment or equipment that I really need. Oh shit, there's a artisan woodworker case. And that goes into Forester. Awesome. Did I filter these? Is that how they're going in there on their own? Sort auto. Okay, maybe it's Some of the areas in Moria are hard to get around because the maps aren't as helpful as they could be. Gundabad has a similar map problems, but very fun. Okay, that makes sense. I know that people were really upset with a lot of aspects of, like, say, Warlords of Draenor and WoW because of the fact that, like, a lot of the problems going from Pandaria into WoD was that, like, there was, most notably, like, cut content in WoD. Like, there were at least 2 or 3 dungeons that didn't make it into the game, and then there were also, I think, an entire raid tier that didn't make it because they were working on Legion at the time, which initially, Legion was something that was not very well received because of the legendary issues, like the legendary gear issues and how they were supposed to drop and whatnot. But beyond that, after people got their legendaries, they started to really, really, really like Legion, and it is now one of the more, not sought after, but it's one of the more fondly remembered expansions, which I think is probably for the better. New sword sheaths. Alright, well, let's see if we can find a task for that. Scarred ears, leathery fur, heavy sword sheaths. Really? Broken long swords and broken short bows. Those are what I need. Broken long swords. How many do you need? 10? Alright. Broken short bows. I don't think I have those. Oh wait, fine skins. I do have those. Wait, no. I don't have soft skins. That's what it wants. I think that's it. I think that's all I got, like, in my bags. And, new sword sheaths. I don't have heavy ones. Of hardened carapaces. Yeah, most of this is going to be trashed. Where do I turn that quest in, though? Do I have to use the item? Oh, wait, Astiel. Where are you at, dude? Maybe it would help if I read the quest text. Surely. To show how much I started playing since August, my hunter was 47 and an Angmar when I started again, and he is now 114 and about to start Mordor, and that's one of 5 characters I play at any given time. That's insane. That's huge. Is there a... I don't know if there's a way to check in... WoW, you have a command called /played, and that'll tell you what your playtime is. I don't know if there's a similar... I guess I can just look. Oh yeah, you've been playing for 3 days, 19 minutes, and 9 seconds. Okay, cool. There is a /played command in Lotro. Sick. They're able to check. That's cool. I'm at maximum faction reputation. Damn. Can I sell this? For 20 for 20 copper? Oh no. Alright, Where is...
Greetings to you.
There we go. Wait, no, I can't sell anything to that guy. That's a quartermaster. Here's a provisioner.
Greetings.
I've been over here, I promise, but it's one of those things where it's like I'm completely forgetting. Broken longswords. I wonder if I can redo that particular quest. Let me check. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I can turn that in. This is a repeatable quest that you've previously completed. Oh, but this is just for rep. Alright, I can just sell the rest of this.
What can I do for you?
Broken longswords. Gray ears. Gray heartwood. Maybe turned in for tasks in the troll shaws. Crazy. No need for this old loot. There we go. And now we will have some brandy wine and smoke a pipe by the fire. You can use it in Latro, but it only counts for that character. It isn't to all characters combined. Yeah, that's how it works for World of Warcraft too. There was an add-on that you could get for a while that would, like... It kind of annoyed me because of the way that it did the math, but it, like, totaled up all of your character's playtime into a single UI that you could look at, but it was a little cumbersome because you needed to actually go through and... Oh, I'm trying to think of how it worked. You needed to go through all of your characters and do the /played command before it would total all of your playtime up, and then it would display it to you that way. So it was basically just a, I guess, an automatic calculator that would tell you what you were doing. Train minstrel
What can I do
skills.
for you?
I guess this just tells me what I have, or what I can get. Hammer of Rohan, yo! That's kind of sick. So when you get to, like, I'm only seeing skills up to level 75 here. Once you get past level 75, do you get more... How does the character progression work? Because I don't suspect that you'll get more of your trait points. Like, there's no way that you'll be able to max out all of these trees completely. So I'm curious how the character progression works once you get past level 75 or even up to level 115 or 14. Wait, what was... Wrong buttons. Here we go. Cool, I'm now level 2 on loyalty. Which one do I want to get rid of here? Let's put loyalty in over charity. Let's do that. Just in general, not necessarily just for training skills. Is it just loot that you get better versions of as you get higher into the levels, or is there like more to it than just that? Oh, we can sell that. I didn't see all of it. And then I have 17 of the Dunedain scripts. It's huge.
How can I be of service?
Alright, now we can go back and start doing more quests. Complete tasks in Middle Earth. I'm gonna decline. Well, I'll accept it. Why not? Back to the Eve Spires. Because at least in WoW, once you hit, like, a really good example is once you get to a new expansion, the maximum level is increased whenever that happens, and then you also get, as you level up the next 10 levels, you get more skills or more talent points after they've rearranged the talent tree. And then you obviously also get the opportunity to get better gear from the new dungeons and raids. So most of the progression in WoW, once you get to new expansions, is in the form of new loot, but for a short period of time you are getting more, not necessarily character spells, but you are getting more talent points to spend in effectively what would be the trait tree in that game. At one point there are no more skills to train. Gear and jewelry from quest does get better. Okay. That's what I thought it would do. You can mix and match skill lines to add new skills? Okay. We're gonna chill here for a moment while the ad break goes. While the ad break is currently running, I'll be checking something momentarily. I'm actually kind of excited to see what the mixing and matching of the skill lines is going to look like, because that's kind of sick. There's some aspects of the level cap is 160 now, but it will go up. Latro site should mention which update will move the level cap. Okay. Now that the ad break is over. The level cap is 160 now, but it will go up. Latro site should mention which update will move the level cap. Are the updates that you're referring to, are they expansions, or are they just a matter of like just actual patch updates? I usually have a skill line filled up on one color, but we'll add a few from the other two to add a couple extra skills. That's pretty sick. Yeah, in WoW you don't really get to mix and match specializations like that. So like a really good example is with they have something similar. Let me see. Accompanying longbow against Twisted Heart. Ooh. Alright, that's gonna be an instance. So like a really good example to kind of compare similarities. You have similar sets like this, like traits. I don't know if you've ever played WoW, but so like you'll have Watcher of Resolve, the Warrior Skull, the Protector of Song, that kind of thing. But as soon as you spec into one, you only get this tree and then a class tree, which allows you to choose what your skills are. And then you also get a new, and by new I mean like in the last couple of years, you get a middle tree to choose from, but it's very specific to each class and each like tree that you do pick, like specialization. And so it's not a matter. You used to be able to do what you're talking about, where you could put one entire tree in and then start speccing into the other ones as well, but you can't do that anymore since probably like hell, I can't even think of when you could. Maybe Kata is when they did the talent tree change. Blue line and LM, but I added the skill points to get Lightning Storm, which is a red line. Gotcha. I'll probably end up filling this one out and then maybe going to either Watcher or Protector. Not sure which one just yet. To room to rum.
Longbow the Ent has been roused to anger. The wood trolls of the Evespire are acting in league with the Black Worn, which was once under the Ent's guidance, and Longbow is determined to put an end to their mischief.
Oh, I gotta talk to this guy to start it. Okay. Yo, why do they why did the artists give the fucking tree dude an ass crack? They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to give this guy an ass crack. Oh. Can I attack this thing? No? Okay. Something's attacking me, though. Things are added in some weekly updates, but usually the level cap moves with expansions. Like the one this past December moved the level cap to 160. Gotcha. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do here. How often do they release expansions? Because if they released one this past December, I think the last expansion I remember seeing was for the Corsairs one. I don't remember. I know there's another one that you just mentioned, but I can't remember the name of it. The one that I do remember seeing like adverts for and stuff was absolutely the Corsair one. Usually once a year? There have been gaps longer than that in the past. That's actually nuts. I did not expect you to say once a year. I was expecting maybe like 1.5 to 2 years. That's insane. That's coming from like, from me anyway. Like I'm a WoW Andy. My main MMO is World of Warcraft, and so they release expansions usually at most or at the earliest every 2 years. They've recently started a new release cadence for their expansions, wherein they're releasing it every couple of years as opposed to a little bit longer. And so their release cycle is quite a bit faster these days. Oh, thank God I didn't die. That was getting close. But like, typically the shortest amount of time between expansions for them would be every 2 years. There was Umbar in 2023, Morgoth in 2024, and Herodwaith in 2025. You can Google it so to see the expansions happened. Okay. That's pretty sick. That's actually like an insane cadence to drop new content. I did not expect them to be able to drop the content that quickly. I see the enemies approaching on the minimap. That's still very cool though. I think the other MMO that I played quite a bit, I think the 4 MMOs that I played the most, I say 4, the 3 MMOs that I played the most were definitely going to be World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2, and Final Fantasy 14. And I think Final Fantasy 14 shares a release cadence very similar to WoW. It's like every 2 years or so. Sometimes a little bit longer, but like the shortest amount of time is going to be about 2 years. And then Guild Wars 2, I haven't spent as much time in that game as I have in either WoW or Final Fantasy 14, but I have played Guild Wars 2 the most out of any of the other ones that I've played, beyond just WoW and FF14. So it's actually really interesting to see other games release cadences on their new content cycles, especially if they've been around for a really long time. I know that ESO is kind of not quite as often, but it's a little bit similar in terms of just being a little bit faster than either World of Warcraft or FF14, mostly because they release like dungeon packs and quest packs and like little mini expansions in a way. Helm's Deep was 2013 and Mordor wasn't until 2017, but since 2019 there's been one once a year. Oh, okay. So there was a really long period of time between Helm's Deep and Mordor. Okay. But since 2019 there's been one a year. That's pretty sick. Out of all of the expansions, as somebody, since you've played this game for a really long time, which expansion do you think is your favorite, like currently? Is it the most recent one, Herodwaith, or is it Mordor? I know that you mentioned Gondor was really fun and something that you really enjoyed at the time. Damn, that guy just came running down the hill. Holy shit. Alright, we will loot all and look at that later. Well fought, little one. Whom? The twisted heart has been uprooted and heart rot destroyed. Hell yeah. Travel now. Alright, now I get to choose an earring.
You are hasty folk.
Hasty folk? Bro, we don't live nearly as long as you do. That's nuts. Fate and will. 13 will, 16 morale, and 5 fate. That's pretty good. Twisted platinum earring. I'm going to be looking at that momentarily. Okay, yeah, I want that one.
Let's not be hasty.
Alright, do I gotta go back to New Deer now? Let me equip that earring, though. There we go. Fighting dagger. Okay, I do need to go back to Tenue Deer.
How can I be of service?
Not sure if I can pick. I have run through the Mordor area through the last expansion all in the last 9 months. Okay. I know that it's really hard, especially if you've been playing for so long, because there's going to be like different memories associated with each area that are just more fond than others. But it's really hard to choose which ones. To the south in the city of my ancestors.
I'll speak with you a moment.
Alright, what do I gotta do now? Talk to Nimbulus at the Way of King's camp. Head south. Okay. I gotta go south? Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. I know where I'm going now. Like, for instance, for World of Warcraft, even though, like, WoD was seen as, like, the worst expansion, and still is considered one of the worst expansions that the game has released,
Greetings.
aside from, like, Shadowlands, and a little bit followed by BFA, I still really enjoyed... It's hard for me to say that I don't like WoD, because that's where a lot of my memories from WoW came from, because they're, like, the first... It's like the first expansion that I really, really played. Broken longswords.
Greetings.
Do I have any other pieces here? Knotted branches. I don't think so. I think I just sell these. I was so far behind when the expansions happened usually, so I didn't see a lot of the new areas for months, if not years after they were announced. That's something that I do think that Lotro does differently than other games, because the level cap is so high, and like leveling is not like the end game max level stuff isn't like where all of the cool stuff is, and so it's different from WoW, because in WoW they kind of want you to get to max level as quickly as possible. They want you to be, like, for instance, level 90. They want you to be there. They don't want you to be level 50 or level 40 for too long. Right, I needed the bank. Open the vault. And so a lot of the time that you're going to be spending will be like hitting max level very swiftly, very shortly. Like, it won't take very long at all. And when it comes down to like actually getting to end game and stuff, like a lot of the content is at max level. Whereas with Lotro, it seems like they've increased the level cap a lot, but it's not necessarily like the main intent for you to get to level cap very quickly or not necessarily at all, but that's not the main like impetus to being able to do content. I did have some breaks along the way for changing computers and just needing to live life. Yeah, there's way more to life than just, you know, video games and MMOs. Like, I had somebody hanging out with me yesterday who was talking about how they were watching somebody play from, oh, I think it was like 11 months, like over the course of 11 months, and they are only just now hitting like 110 or 114. It might have been you. Like, they started from level 45 to 114 over the next 11 months, and they're not even close to 160, which is nuts. Which is like the paradigm of leveling in Latro is just so different from that of the other MMOs that I've played. Like, with the only other one that I can think of that might kind of resonate in a similar fashion would be maybe Final Fantasy XIV, and that's only because they want you to go through all of the story from A Realm Reborn all the way up to, I think it's like Dawnbreaker, Dawnbringer, or some shit like that. And so it's like there's so much content between the beginning and the end that you're going to spend a lot of time leveling and getting to that max level. Whereas with World of Warcraft, you start playing, and then if you play diligently, you'll probably hit max level in maybe a week of playtime. ESO is probably closer to Final Fantasy XIV than it is to WoW's leveling scheme. I think the max level in that is 50. And then, like, you want to get basically Paragon levels up to 160, and then you'll stop having loot, like, scale up to that. Like, the maximum level that the loot will scale up to is level 160. But that's, like, not nearly as long of a leveling grind as it is in Latro. I actually do pretty much all the quests, so I'm usually almost over-leveled a lot of the time when I move to a new region. I feel that. I think that's what I'm doing here, because a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, I feel like I'm just a little over-leveled. And then I also am at a slight advantage because when I was playing back in 2023, I had met somebody in the Barrow Downs that had, like, soloed the dungeon for me and a couple of other people who were doing those quests, and they were kind enough to give me some crafted gear, and that crafted gear has, like, carried me super, super hard through basically a lot of what I'm actually doing. And so I do feel like a large majority of the content that or like the quests that I'm doing, a lot of the enemies that I'm facing are falling over a lot easier than they probably would if I had just quest gear as opposed to the crafted loot that he had given me. I think like, just how long lasting you are in terms of the levels and how long it takes to get to max level is very unique and interesting to me from somebody who comes from World of Warcraft, wherein, like, all of the game is an end game. I just hit 159 with my Berg, and a lot of mobs are now gray because they're only level 150 in Heraldwaith. That's insane, actually. I know that whenever World of Warcraft was still in its vanilla days, a lot of the content that you would want to do, like if you did all of the quests in vanilla WoW and you didn't do anything else, you actually wouldn't hit level 60. You would need to go grind monsters at some point in order to get all the way to max level. I don't know if that's the same way in this one or not, in a Latro or not, but I wonder if, since you're running into monsters that are gray, you'll just need to do more quests. My Berg has done 6,667 or 6,675 quests. That's nuts. That's so many quests. All right, let's see. I gotta help these guys.
My Might I take a moment of your time? Stay a moment.
Bring the supplies to Alfred Whitley.
Stay a moment.
Collect mirrors from tomb robbers. Okay.
Would
And
you
I
do
have to
something
defeat
for
tomb
me?
robbers. Awesome.
Could I speak with you? a moment?
Longbows.
Might I take a moment
And I
of
gotta
your time?
defeat more tomb robbers. Okay. Easy enough. I don't even know how many quests my warlock has done in WoW. I've played that guy for like 230 calendar days. Just a sheer amount of hours put in. Any more? Damn, 1,000 on the coda? Hell yeah. He's not my highest guy as far as that goes. That's nuts. That's crazy. I have enjoyed a lot of the quests that I have done. A lot of them feel like they were crafted with relative care. And I do especially like in the character creation, or creator, whenever you like go to look at... Where am I supposed to go? I guess I'm supposed to go over this way. Yeah, okay, I see it, I see it. I do appreciate that whenever you go into the character creator, if you mouse or scroll down on the classes, it'll tell you what like major lore character each of the classes are inspired by, which is really cool. Whereas in World of Warcraft, you don't really get that, because it's not... I mean, it is, but it wasn't an already established piece of fantasy work when it was first created. My LM has done 7,417 quests. That is insane. So, like, and this is something that I'm curious about, because with World of Warcraft, this is something that just isn't really done. Whenever you're done with a zone's quests, is there any incentive to go back to the old zones? Like, I was earlier here in, I guess it was, I think it was over in this section. It was Tham Andalath in Evendim, and I found a level 90 treasure chest. But is there really any reason to go back to older zones once you finish all the quests and kind of out-level the area? I believe I am on the Glamdring server. I had some interest in doing more end-game oriented content, and I had read on the Reddit, or the subreddit, that Glamdring was a little bit more focused on that, as opposed to, I think it was like Paragellon or Paralegon, whatever the other server was called. My character used to be on Crick Hollow, but I guess they closed that one because it was an older 32-bit server when they updated to 64-bit, and they needed to be able to upgrade the server architecture so that they could apply, I guess, the HD textures. Oh, I'm passing by on all my quests locations. Deeds and getting faction rep maxed out. Okay. I do know that there was quite a bit of like furniture off of some of the faction vendors, so I imagine that is very, very similar to like fashion and how that is going to be an end game. Am I supposed to be doing something? Not over here, no. That kind of reminds me of how Guild Wars 2 does it, though, because in Guild Wars 2, you get legendary crafting materials to craft either legendary armor or legendary weapons by going back and completing all of the zone's tasks. So you're heavily incentivized to go back into old zones that you might have out-leveled or outgrown so that you can complete them. Heard that I was on Crick Hollow but missed what my current server is. I believe I'm on Glamdring. You're on Peregrine, okay. Yeah, I'm on the Glamdring. I don't know how true it is, but I had read somewhere on the subreddit that on the Latro subreddit that Glamdring was apparently more focused on endgame. I have no clue if that's true or not. And then some people were saying that Peregrine was not less focused on it, just that they were not as focused on it, I guess. Now, there's quests that I have to do over here, but I'm not overly sure how to go about completing them. So I will continue along the road. Although I could just go into that one instance area that I found. Oh, shit. I was like, why am I running as if I'm in combat? Well, that would be because I'm in combat. Not that way. Where's the road start? I wish I could zoom in on the road here, but it doesn't seem to do much. Well, there is a door. Maybe I should go through the door. Not overly sure that this is where my quest is, but I'll give it a go. I thought my Kodo would one-shot this guy for sure. I was on Brandywine from 2007 to 25 before I moved to Peregrine. I think I had one character on Brandywine. And then when I started playing back again in 2023, I had made another... I couldn't figure out which server I actually had any characters on, and so I swapped over to Crick Hollow. And that's when I started to play this guy on Crick Hollow. I've done the Arid Lewin starting zone like 7 times. I've had so many different characters that I've like started and then not necessarily so much as abandoned, but just kind of started playing other games. I can confirm that my quests are not in here. Alright, there's apparently a trail that I can follow. Oh, I do need to go further up on the road, okay. I see it. I see the fork. I did not see the fork. When I get back on my hunter, I'll have taken 5 characters to Mordor. So I guess you could say, in a way, that you simply do just walk into Mordor. My 6th is a guard, but he's only 20. I'm sure that you will be able to bring your 6th to Mordor eventually. Target is already dead. Alright. I see the trail that I need to go up. Man, that was a huge amount of damage. What the hell? Do you have a favorite character that you like to play? I know you got so many, but I don't know if you are similar in my case, wherein usually if I have one character, I'll just play that one character. It is an ad break. We're gonna get to a spot of safety before I continue. Oh. Panther, you gotta get off my lap, buddy. Oh, shit. All right. All right, I think the ads are done. I was able to get somewhere safe before I got killed by all these Angmar guys. I believe I was asking if you had like a favorite character, like a main, or if you just kind of preferred playing whatever. Because typically whenever I play an MMO, whenever I get to a character that I really like to play, I'll usually just play that one. Like, I'll dabble and I'll deal with some other characters, but for the most part, I'm usually just a main Andy. Deed bestowed. Oh, I guess I gotta find all the tombs. Welcome back. Let me double check my messages. I have guildies from WoW messaging me, so I gotta double check those. I'm helping a guildie out because they are attempting to play it. Yes. Here we go. They're attempting to play Latro from WoW, and so I'm trying to help them out with their settings because they're playing on like a giant ultra-wide monitor. Alright, we are good to go. They're playing on like a giant ultra-wide monitor, and I guess they're having some trouble getting their UI to not be horrifically scaled. And so I'm trying to help them out. What's this? I'm assuming this is like a graveyard, maybe. Yeah, I've got several people who are probably going to at least give this a try, since we'll have multiple people playing. Especially after we get our AOTC in WoW. That is not a tune that I thought I could discover. We're on like the last boss in the tier in WoW, and the last raid that we can do. So we're really, really close. But we only got to phase 2 twice, technically. It's pretty rough. Before I had the Umbar and Morgoth expansions, I ran LM to Shield Isles and then got my Warden there and stopped them for a bit. Then I did my Berg, Champ, and Hunter to Mordor. Then I started streaming with my Berg and got my LM to Umbar. And now my Berg is past my LM in Herodwaith. Okay. So you're just kind of all over the place on your characters. I know a few people who are like that in WoW. We've got several people who really like to play like one class, and so they've got 3 different versions of the class that they play with different guilds and stuff, and then there's another person who only plays like one particular class, and so on. It's good to know that there's, at the very least, several classes that are fun to play, because I know that there's, at least in ESO, there's different classes that I just cannot get my head around playing, and I just can't stomach leveling them even. Okay. I had to deal with changing to the new LI system when I got back into the game last year. What's going on with that, by the way? I didn't get very far into the game before, so I'm not really sure what the LI system is. And I have heard some people talk about in global, or I guess in world chat, that they made some changes to it. But I'm not overly sure what they changed, or if it's worse or better. I have seen some people say that it's better than what it used to be. But of course I don't have any frame of reference to actually compare it to. And since I don't have that, I'm unsure if it's better or worse. Drop of resin. We're gonna go ahead and destroy that. Bands of Numenor. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm at maximum reputation with this faction. That's whack. I wonder if I can sell those on the auction house. Hardened carapaces. Broken longswords. I can turn those in. I know that I had seen some people post, they'd linked like socketed items or something into the world chat yesterday when I was doing some more quests in Southern Evandom, and somebody had said that those were obsolete and not used anymore. So I'm not overly positive as to what's going on with that either. They got stuck. They wouldn't attack me. You had to appraise the old LIs to get ye ancient script you used to buy the LIs and traceries to do them. The new system is so much better. Okay. I'm very glad to hear that the devs are working on making sure that the systems are up to date and not as cumbersome. The old ones are useless now. That's probably what that person had linked before then. The thing that they had mentioned was useless or obsolete. I'm glad to hear, though, that the devs are updating their systems and making them less cumbersome and annoying to do, though. I know that was one of the biggest things of contention that I had with them re-releasing classic World of Warcraft. because it's like I'm glad that the people who enjoy World of Warcraft in the old version of it have like a version that they can play. But the problem that I had with it always was that, like, especially with the community around the re-release, the first one that they did, they were very staunchly no changes. Like, they wanted the game to be exactly as it was when it first released in 2004. And so, like, that included all of the inconveniences, all of the inconsistencies, all of the old systems that just didn't really work. And to me, that felt really bad, because I'm like, I don't really want to play that worse of a version of the game. But it was insane. Dindu00, thanks for the follow, man. We appreciate it. Like, I'm very glad, like I said, that people have a version of WoW that they can play, but it was just so odd that they wanted to play just a more inconvenient version of it. And this is coming from somebody who's like, the main problem that I have with classic WoW is that, like, as somebody who's played World of Warcraft for so long, it was basically just like playing a more inconvenient and inferior version of the game that I liked to play normally. And I'm sure you might be able to resonate with that a little bit if you've played Lord of the Rings Online for so long. Like, you've played it for so long since the beginning that going back and playing a version like way earlier, years past, might seem kind of contradictory and just not fun. So, man, what class am I playing? I'm playing Minstrel. We're leveling my Minstrel. I was only recently hitting level 39 earlier today. And now we're doing the, I don't know what series of quests this is, but they're the ones in like the western, southwestern area of Evendim. So we're working on it. One second. There we go. I've only been streaming like 2 months, so this world of Twitch outside of watching streams is new to me. No, that's so real. My biggest problem with Twitch streaming is that, like, a lot of it, at least in my case, is like, it's like hit or miss on whether or not I'm enjoying it. Sometimes I enjoy it, sometimes I don't. A lot of what I run into is like, very specifically, it's like Twitch specific problems or Twitch specific changes that they make that I don't necessarily agree with. But I've been having fun with it lately. I've been streaming pretty consistently every weekend for my guild raids in WoW. And then from there I've been doing like Sunday Fun Day streams. I usually only stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but sometimes I'll stream Mondays, and then if I'm doing like Mythic Plus on like Thursdays or something, I'll stream there too. But for the most part, my schedule is usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I've been having a lot of fun with Lotro though, so I've decided to kind of keep playing that today. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I think I'm finally where I need to be for these quests. I don't think Middle-earth has an OSHA, because there's no handrails on this. We're hundreds of feet up. Somebody's gonna fall and hurt themselves. Like, look at this. This is ridiculous. Somebody's gonna slip and fall, and then whoever built this walkway is gonna be open to lawsuits. I know I enjoy playing Lotro, so I try to focus on that, even if I might get a low number of viewers on a particular day. The thing that I try to think about is, and this is really hard when it's like diminished into just a series of numbers on a monitor, but like 2 or 3 people hanging out is a lot. Like, that's like having your living room full of people watching you play like Mario Kart or something. And like the fact that I'm sitting at 7 to 10 viewers right now is insane to me. Like, that's a lot of people. Like, can you fit 10 people in your living room comfortably, you know? I know I would have trouble doing that. Like, lifting, or not lifting, but like fitting 7 to 8 people in my living room without having to like finagle around and find extra benches or cushions and stuff. Something that's like at least for streaming, something that's really interesting to look at and kind of like keep in mind is that a lot of people, especially one of my friends that I used to hang out with a lot, they were wanting to get into streaming, but they were wanting to get into streaming so that they could like generate money and like to make money off of streaming, which is like a fine goal to have if you're gonna live stream. But one of the bigger problems, Panther, I need you off my desk, buddy. My cat's trying to get up here. One of the biggest problems with streaming for money is that, like, if you get into it just wanting money, you're gonna run into a lot of blocks in the sense of, like, if you're just playing or streaming for money and you're not really enjoying it, people can kind of identify when you're not having fun. And people don't want to watch you if you're, like, not enjoying the time that you're spending on stream or in the game that you're playing. And it's also, like, kind of disingenuous as well to be like, yeah, I'm only doing it for the money. And so it's like, it feels pretty bad whenever you run into somebody who's not enjoying what they're doing and then, like, they're very clearly just doing it for a paycheck or attempting to draw a paycheck. And it's the difference between, like, having an actual job that you really like to do and having an actual job that you don't like to do but it pays well. Like, you're gonna clock in, but you're not gonna really have fun, or not even fun, but you're not gonna, like, enjoy your time spent doing it, which is still kind of hard to parse and kind of hard to resonate with a lot of people, because it's like, if you're able to make a living off of streaming, that's insane. Like, that's nuts. Partially because it's like, not only is it hard in the sense that you have to maintain an interest to however many people that you need to maintain your lifestyle, your bills and stuff, but it's also difficult because, like, at a certain point, playing video games becomes a job, and it's, at least as far as I'm aware from the smaller streamers that I watched kind of rise up in the ranks of being able to quit their day job and do this for full time, like, the people who are able to do that, they've mentioned that it kind of becomes a job in a sense, and, like, that's kind of nuts when you think about it. I had another streamer who I follow raid me last week with almost 30 people, and I was shaking because I was overwhelmed with the love I felt from them raiding me. I was so excited. I'm certainly not doing it for the money. Yeah, that's for sure. I think the highest raid that I've ever received was when I was playing Black Desert Online for a little bit, and when I was playing BDO, I was just doing some stuff I was just questing, which is something that you don't normally do in BDO. You normally go grinding monsters, or you do, like, some PvP, neither of which was I doing. I was just doing some quests in, what's the, Valencia, that's the name of it, that's the desert city. And while I was in the desert city, I got raided by somebody who had 100 viewers, and I was like, that's nuts. And they, like, since I wasn't doing anything exciting, and I wasn't really doing anything super interesting, I think only maybe 2 stuck around, but it was still a really interesting moment where I was like, holy shit, that's so many people. Where is this? I guess it's further down this way along the road on the side. But, like, having even just, you know, a 10 to 11 raid is huge for me. Like, I'm appreciative of everybody who's chilling around and hanging out while I'm just going around lost out of my mind, questing. Because a lot of the joy for me when it comes to streaming and just playing video games, especially MMOs, it's why I can't really play single-player games, is that it's not lonely, so to speak, to play single-player games. It's just there's nothing to really dynamically happen and occur. And so streaming MMOs is really fun for me because it's like, I get to share in these new experiences with people who are either experienced with the game or they've never played it themselves. Man, this guy is just... oh shit. Brigand Cash. And so I get to share in these experiences with new and experienced players alike, and so, you know, it's one of those things where I really like doing it because of the community aspect around it. It's also fun to be able to see other viewpoints around the game that I'm currently playing, especially when it's an MMO. Like, you've been playing since 2007, a little off and on, but more consistently in the last year and a half or so, and so it's like, your viewpoints and takes on the game and like what is good or bad about it is going to be different from mine. Because mine is only going to come from a place of relative naivete, where it's like I haven't played enough to really give myself an opinion outside of the intrinsic mechanics that I have access to. So like, I'm not a huge fan of the map. I feel like being unable to zoom into the map is a little cumbersome, but it does the job and it is immersive. And it's not necessary. It's more form over function, which I really do enjoy. But I'm sure that your opinions on the game are going to be a little bit different and a little bit more spaced out because you've been playing for so long and you have more knowledge of the game and the systems and just in general how it all works. Since I started watching Twitch, I've been trying to build relationships with several streamers, especially Latro streamers. It has helped me almost reach 100 followers in just 2 months. Hell yeah, dude. That's where it's at. The biggest problem that I run into is like around the networking thing. Because for me, it's hard to network with people, especially other streamers, because it's like, to a degree, it's almost like if I'm coming into somebody's community that's already been established and I'm trying to network and I'm trying to build a rapport, it almost feels fake to me. I don't know if it feels fake to other people, but it's like, to me, it almost feels like I'm faking it until I make it. It's almost transactional in a way, even if that's not where it's actually coming from. And so that's kind of where my hang-up comes from, or rather where my hang-up is. So most of my experience with Twitch, at least how I play on Twitch anyway, is like, I'm just hanging out, and then whoever comes and hangs out, they come and hang out. A lot of my content is also kind of from World of Warcraft, which is hyper-saturated, and it's really difficult to build a viewership in more saturated categories. And since World of Warcraft is very popular, and you've got really big streamers, your discoverability is a little bit lower in that category than, say, in this one. And so Lord of the Rings Online is probably perfect to start out in as a new streamer, because the category isn't oversaturated or overpopulated by people who are already there with set up communities. After my first stream, I rated out to another Latro streamer, and my follows doubled from 5 to 10 from that streamer's followers. Hell yeah, dude. That's where it's at. What is this quest? I'm not sure which one that is. Bring supplies to Alfred Whitley. I might not have picked up the supplies. So I gotta go back down there anyway. I do remember the first streamer that I not enmeshed myself with, but the first streamer that I started following and watching during my initial come up to affiliate was very kind. I had rated them at some point and they'd asked how it was going, and I asked if they, or not asked, but I told them that I was almost to affiliate and I felt really good about it. And they asked me how many more followers I needed for that, and they were like, yeah, go follow this guy, get him affiliate. And so that was very kind of him and his community, and I feel pretty good about it. And I'm very glad to see that that guy was able to kind of make his stream a full-time gig as opposed to just an offside gig, or a side gig rather. The community is what makes it. And I think sometimes people forget that. A lot of people are too hung up on the whole idea of quote-unquote pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, but it's like, you don't do that whenever you're streaming or trying to become a streamer, because it's like you need your community in order to do anything.
Greetings.
One of these dudes has the supplies, I think.
What can I do for you? What do you need?
Dockmaster. Let's rob them, dude. Let's see.
Greetings. What do you need?
Ruins of Arthabel. I probably should have read that text, huh? Southwest of the Ranger encampment in the Wave Kings. Southwest. I have all my people raided out to and been raided into in a list. I have also only repeated who I've raided to once in nearly 50 raids. Okay. I think you're taking that... I'm not saying too seriously, because it's good to have like a routine and a list of people. You are taking it more seriously than I have in the past. Which I think is good, especially if you've gotten from 0 to 100 followers pretty quickly. I wish I remembered the first person who rated me, because then I probably would have been able to carry it forward a little bit more effectively. Bands of Numenor. Peer into the distance. Where is this at? It is high up on the hills. Okay, no, I know where I needed to be. I should have talked to that dude way before I left. I want to help reach out to as many new people as I can, especially if they're smaller than me. Hell yeah, dude. That's the attitude to have. Paying it forward is one of the better things that you can do. Not just like in general from your own community standpoint, because you're able to establish that like reputation of being a good person, but it's also good for the overall community because it lets people see that it's not necessarily a zero-sum game, so to speak. Like, we're all in this together. I think the world would be a lot better if people were just a little bit more kind to each other and just in general. Gotta go back up this hill and fight through all this army of Angmar dudes. Zenny Stars, how's it going, man? Came in on the raid train. Oh, hi, Tigery. Nice to have you, man. I hope you're enjoying it. Monster community are pretty good at that kind of thing. Well, most. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few stinkers here and there. World of Warcraft has their fair share of people who are kind of known for being, I don't want to say toxic, but they're not especially friendly to newcomers. I have to go. We'll definitely look for your future. Have a great rest of your stream. Thanks, man. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you have a great rest of your Monday, dude. How am I enjoying Minstrel? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I really like the... I think it is, out of the classes that I've played, which I believe is Hunter and Burglar, I think I like this one the most because it has what I call the most sauce. Primarily under the pretense that it's a little bit more silly. I really enjoyed the Project Gorgon MMO that I played a while back, primarily because of the quote-unquote sauce that it's got. That game is so silly. It's got a lot of depth that like you wouldn't necessarily believe it would have from first glance, but it's complicated enough to where you can grasp it, or rather where you can kind of dive into it and have some pretty decent skill expression, but it's silly enough and easy enough to get into that it's not hard to get to that point either. You played WoW a lot too. Yeah, WoW is my main MMO, but it's, in some aspects, it's not like the best in a way. Is this where I need to? Surely not. I guess I need to go up here maybe? Arthabel. I guess I need to go up to, well, yeah, I need to go all the way up the hill, I guess. WoW is my main MMO, and I'm pretty deep into that one. I play Heroic Raids quite a bit, and then I do Mythic Plus quite a bit as well. I run a guild over there comprised of like raiders around 18 to 20 people. And then there's like a bunch of other people who don't necessarily raid with us, but they do Mythic Plus with us. So I'm pretty engrossed in the WoW community. But I'm a huge fan of MMOs in general. I believe I have an ad about to start, so I'm going to get somewhere safe. And we're going to pause for a moment while that plays. I'm actually going to grab a coffee while that starts. Alright. Taking a little bit of a break. I don't know who's got the ads and who doesn't. I've returned with a little bit of a snack, a little bit of coffee. Alright, I think the ad is over and I think we're back. Regular can be pretty tough going, it's not quite like Rogue. Yeah, I will say that I've enjoyed it. I've only gotten to like level 8 or something on it, so I'm not super far on it. But I have enjoyed what little of it I have played. And I think maybe whenever I mention that something's got sauce or something doesn't have sauce, I'm mostly referring to whimsy in a way, which obviously Lord of the Rings Online has a lot of whimsy since it's a fantasy MMO, but there's like a certain level of whimsy that is novel and it's just different enough from other fantasy MMOs to kind of carry it. Like Project Gorgon has one of my favorite aspects of Project Gorgon is that if you shapeshift, which you can shapeshift into like bats or pigs and cows, like that's alone is kind of nuts. That's kind of sauce, right? But then beyond that, once you've shapeshifted into a different animal, whenever you go to type in global, your character will will actually start saying whatever the animal's words are. So if you're a cow and you start typing, a lot of your sentences will be turned into like moos. So you'll say moo, moo, and then like other words that your sentences may be comprised of. But it's so funny. And like as you play in that shapeshift form more, you learn, like your character will learn a skill to be able to talk like a normal person while you're shapeshifted, which is just so funny. Like, there was a moment in time when I first started playing that game when I was in like one of the main hubs whenever you first start playing, and the there was some guy who was like, how do I come out of this shapeshift? But I only understood every other word of his because it was like scree how, scree, shapeshift, scree. And it's like, man, I don't know how to help you, but that's fucking hilarious. I really like a lot of Lord of the Rings Online's like whimsy because it's obviously a franchise that I really enjoy. It is a world that I like to see more of, and it honestly does hold a little bit of a soft spot in my mind because it's like, this wasn't the first MMO that I played, but it was the first one that I played on my own without any kind of coercion or suggestion from my friends before. And so this one holds a little bit of a soft spot for me simply because of the fact that it isn't peer pressured, and it wasn't something that like my friends were playing. I tried to get them to play it, but they kind of did not want to, unfortunately. The festivals are very whimsy in all the Hobbit areas, absolutely. One of the things that I remember doing back in 2023 was doing the Hobbit Festival, which was really fun. And I know that it's currently going on right now until like June 3rd or something. I think they've extended the anniversary event in Lord of the Rings Online. But I really enjoy just like the less than serious aspects of MMOs. Like, I really, really like the fact that you can play musical instruments in this one. Like, being able to transfer MIDI files over and play musical instruments so that you can have Metallica concerts. Like, that's so cool to me. One moment. Okay. Checking a note that I had. You didn't do a lot of raiding yourself. You were playing the 20th anniversary for a while, but then you ended up playing other games again. That's how it goes. I think a lot of WoW's appeal these days is that it's very easy to jump in and out of, depending on what kind of content that you're wanting to do. I will say it's not as quote-unquote pick up and drop as, say, Final Fantasy XIV is. And it's definitely not as pick up and drop as like Guild Wars 2 is. Primarily because, at the very least with Guild Wars 2 and with Final Fantasy XIV, at least in FF14 you can queue for literally everything. You can queue for dungeons, you can queue for raids of all difficulties, except for I think like basically their version of Mythic raiding. And then for Guild Wars 2, it's even more pick up and go, depending on how far you get into it the first time. Because with Guild Wars 2, they have what's referred to as a linear gear or like a horizontal gear progression, which is like if you get the best in slot gear for your character at one point, in 2 or 3 years, whenever they release new content, your character will still be wearing best in slot gear because a lot of their progression comes down to similar to, but not quite the same as Lapro. It's mostly quests and transmog and that kind of thing. So Guild Wars 2, I think, is probably the most casual friendly of the MMOs that I've ever played. ESO a little bit to a similar extent because it's not as like treadmill on the gear progression like WoW is, but it's not as linear as Guild Wars 2 is either. Trying to get my way back to the ranger camp. He was on the wagon. What are you doing up there, dude? Maybe I should have asked Tiger while he was here. Does anybody know if there's any classes that are like damage over time focused aside from the burglar. I know the burglar's got the gambler specialization and they do a lot of damage over time spells. But is there any like caster that does that? Because from World of Warcraft, I was like, I currently am. I'm currently maining an Affliction Warlock, so I do a lot of dots, a lot of damage over time spells, and I think I might be able to enjoy something like that in Lotro if they have one. Gotta deal with the fly swarms. I'm supposed to bring supplies like 50 feet away. You guys couldn't hear that dude get like wailed on from this far away? Crazy.
Greetings. Would you do something for me?
Tell me what you need
All right.
or move along.
Now I gotta collect stolen relics. We love
What do
stolen
you
relics.
need? Might I take a moment of your time?
Alright, I gotta speak with the fellow rangers again.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Eastern Gate of Anuminos. Can do, brother.
Would you do something for me?
Alright, now I gotta kill the tomb robbers in the Way of Kings. And I have
Stay a
to defeat
moment.
Kurgrim. What are those? I think it's those weird orc things. I think that's the things that I gotta kill now. Tomb robbers. There's the stolen relics. I am excited to see like later areas of this game just to see what kind of content there is. Some of the dungeons, I haven't done a dungeon in a really hot minute, but I did enjoy the ones that I did do. I do kind of wish that you could queue up for dungeons the same way that you can in Final Fantasy XIV and in WoW, but I see why you can't do that, partially probably because it's just a little bit dated, and also probably because the system just doesn't really work that way. What is that? Why is it yellow? Maybe it's yellow because it's about to run out on some things. I don't need this, so we'll destroy this. We're gonna destroy all these lockboxes and we'll probably just pick everything up. I wonder if I can sell the reputation items on the auction house. Not sure if I can or not. It doesn't say. I don't think they are account bound, but could be wrong. Alright, so there's 2 of 4 relics. Where's the other ones? Could be this way. My eye itches. Oh hell yeah, more Tomb Raiders. I wonder if these will count for my quest. And they do, excellent. Master Tomb Robber. Excellent. So we finished the Tomb Robber kill quest, but now I need a few more relics of the past and we should be good to go. I wonder if there are more relics over here. Surely it doesn't want you to just kind of wait until they respawn. If they even do. Every time I see that Lebethron branch's name, I cannot help myself but read LeBron. LeBron branches. Alright, these are the Kurgrims. There should be a bunch over here. Seeing relics. Am I in combat with something? No? Okay. Forgotten text. Is this for scholars? Yes, that is for scholars. Uh-oh. It's saying my bit rate is high. Or too low. We love treasure caches. Minimum level 90. Okay, never mind. I can't do anything with that. I wonder what is in those things, though. Like, the curiosity is just insane. I wonder if it's anything good and worthwhile, or if it's just kind of not at all worthwhile. I need 2 more relics of the past. I think this is the one that I was in before. Yes. I don't think that the relics are there. Maybe there's some over here. I'm gonna keep running away from the fly swarm. Maybe it'll lose interest. While I run, I will eat my piece of fruit. Well, there's one of the tombs I was missing. I imagine the other relics are here, where I have not been before. Yes. Perfect. My deduction skills rival that of Sherlock Holmes. Oh no. I think I'm stroking out, guys. I am smelling fried chicken. Chat, I think I'm stroking out. I'm smelling fried chicken. I'm the only one in the house right now, so I don't understand how I'm smelling that at the moment. Alright, now we gotta get in front of the gates over here, presumably to report back, yeah, there's hella dudes. Not loot, look. That doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, I guess that was it. Alright, now we head back. It's interesting that there wasn't a milestone over here. At least that I could see. Alright, deed completed. I missed it because I was inundated with stuff. I'm assuming it was the Kurdrum deed to kill a few of those. Alright, on our journey back to the ranger camp, I will finish my piece of fruit. At some point I'll need to go do the Founding Writ quest so that I can do those mathams. Or use those mathams, rather. And then maybe eventually I'll also be able to use these artisan scroll cases. Alright, we have a bunch of quests to turn in now. Moving along, moving along. Did I not pick one up from this guy? That is tragic. Talk to Glirion.
What do you need?
Alright, this dude.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Oh no, I gotta find all of them. No. Alright.
Stay a moment.
Collect keys within the Way of Kings. Okay. Go fell many a dude so that I may get keys. Alright, I think we are good on quests over here, so we can actually start working on some more. I'm thinking I need to go into the tombs, or is it just off of the tomb robbers? We are about to find out. Oh, it's just in general. Okay. Crazy work that I think the mosquito swarm had a key for me to use. Alright, now I have to scout all of these tombs. There's one. There's another one over here, I believe. Nice, nice. You can see tracks from carts leading down the path, though. Alright. Slowly being reclaimed by the lake. Okay. It's going the way of Venice, it would look like. It's still crazy to me that Venice is slowly sinking into the ground. Maybe one day I'll be able to see it before it does. How many more of these do I need to check? 4 more? Okay. I know of at least 2 more. Alright, 3 more. I'm very glad that this game has stood the test of time and has been around for as long as it has. It's still awesome in its majesty. It's a very phallic looking tomb. Truly awesome in its majesty. Okay, I didn't have this one discovered. And I think I finished a deed. Hear voices coming from beyond the door to Haud Eldikar. And then is the other one over here? Let me look. Scout Haud Tarsal. Which is... I'm actually not sure where that is. Oh, it's this way. It's not this one. There must be one somewhere else, or is it up there? It might be up there. I think it's up. We'll have to go look. I think by the time I finish all of these quests, I should be level 40, which will be pretty huge. Holy moly. That was a huge hit. My AoE shout hit for like 1,000. That's huge. Like, that's such a huge number. I say a huge number as I know that, like, people will have hundreds of thousands of HP and such later on, but at this moment in time, it is a giant number. Now, I think the tomb that I need to get to is up here, further up the hill. I think it's this, maybe. Could be wrong, but here's hoping. I almost destroyed everything. That would have been an issue. Okay, so it's not this. I don't know what this is. I think it's... Is it really that one? don't feel like dying to fall damage right now, but at the same time... Alright, while we figure this out, we do have ads. I'm gonna go ahead and chill out for a moment. We will wait for the ads to be done. And while we wait for those ads, I'm gonna check my messages. I have guildies that are actually chilling around, and they're experiencing an issue with the UI being fuzzy. Like, the UI is small, hard to read, and fuzzy. And apparently if they just made it bigger, then it runs into the issue of it still being fuzzy. So, or more fuzzy, rather, which is kind of odd, because I don't have that same problem. Alright. Ad is almost over. Awesome. Looks like the ad is over, so welcome back to everybody here. Let me go ahead and pull the ad break off. Cool. Now we have to go back down, I guess, because I missed the actual location. I thought for sure it was up here, but it is not. As I was saying earlier, though, I have WoW guildies who are wanting to try this game, but they're running into issues with their UI being like fuzzy and super small and hard to read. And I showed them the UI scale settings where they can resize the UI and hopefully make it a little bit easier to read. And reportedly, it just makes the UI more fuzzy, which is disappointing to hear. And I don't know if it's because they're trying to play, like trying to upscale it up to 4K, or if they are playing it like 1080p, because I believe I'm playing at 1080p, I'm not sure. And mine is not fuzzy. I'm not experiencing any like weird aspect ratio problems. And I'm not overly certain as to why theirs is fuzzy and mine is not. But it's difficult to troubleshoot because this isn't my main game. And I don't know if the subreddit would be of any help. Is this it? Oh, it is it. Okay, shit. Okay. A shell of its former self, time and the lake have reclaimed its glory. Alright, where is Glirion at? Is he up there? Ruin high atop the hills of Min Rain, overlooking the lake. Elishir has sent you to aid Glirion, a ranger helping to guard the Dunedain ruins near Anuminas. He warned you that the roads through the highlands have been mostly lost to time and it will not be easy to climb to the heights. And you guys are telling me to go do this? Instead of doing it your damn selves? That's rude as hell. Let me see what my virtue XP is at. It's already level 4? That's sick. Okay, cool. That's excellent. Is there any, like, actual best in slot instrument weapons that I should be looking out for? Or does it not really matter? I know that I had seen some discussion in the like world chat yesterday talking about, I believe it was Warden, and whether or not it was better to shield and spear or shield and sword. And I know that some people were talking about the efficacy of swords if you were an elf instead, or if you wanted to be a hobbit, you could get the spear racial to make it a little bit better, but for the most part it doesn't really matter. And I'm wondering if, similarly, it doesn't really matter what instrument you use as a minstrel. I think the lute, I remember seeing the lute increases your either outgoing heals, or it will reduce the amount of threat you generate from healing. So I know that one of those is probably going to be better than just whatever instrument that you can pick up. But it's still interesting to me to know about what the meta is at the higher ends. Like, what is the communally accepted best minstrel instrument to use? But then maybe that'll just be kind of a crux, because on one hand you want to be considered like helpful to a group, but on the other hand you don't want to necessarily rob your own enjoyment from the game by being a meta slave. So it's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't. Although I imagine that since this game isn't WoW, the community is probably not as severe when it comes to following the meta as they are. Like, it's actually kind of insane what kind of interactions you'll have in World of Warcraft if you don't decide to play the meta. I've heard some pretty awful stories and even seen it firsthand of people just being mean to each other if they're not playing like the general accepted specialization that's the quote-unquote best performing one. I don't think I need these skills on my bar right now. Oh, I can feign death? I got the Hunter feign death from World of Warcraft? Hell yeah, dude. Oh shit. Hang on. This person's got 3k HP. I got stunned. This isn't good. Hang on, I gotta bolster my courage. There we go. Good lord. I'm just going around here just killing things, man. I didn't notice that that thing had 3.8k HP. Alright, we gotta heal one more time. Alright, what did they drop? Anything cool? No? I'm almost to my quest objective, and I'll be able to run over there. That was incredibly surprising and not something that I thought would happen. Let's see. I saw a bunch of red text hit my screen whenever it started to happen. But I think that had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with it. Alright, where is this ranger that I need to talk to? I guess he's over here. Yes, perfect. Alright, bro.
Greetings.
There's no time to rest. Man, if this area is as impoverished as they say it is, how do they keep finding these people to just go rob tombs? I think that's the lot of them. Is it, dude? Alright, I guess I can go back to the ranger camp. They just have so many people chilling out and completely okay with committing murder for trinkets out of these dusty old holes. Like, how do they keep getting all of these peer-pressured tomb raiders, dude? I wonder if this will be worth, like, 14,000 XP. Should I put up a prediction? Will these few quests be worth 14,000 XP? Will I hit level 40 off of these quest turn-ins? Maybe it will be enough if I go around killing these tomb robbers before I get there. Because they're worth a pretty good chunk of XP on the way there. I don't know about these Kurgrims though. I think these are probably worth less XP. Oh, they're worth about the same. That's pretty sick. For some reason I thought they were only worth like 70. I think those moats, the flickering limb raffins, are only worth 70 XP or so. I'm getting closer and closer to this quest turn-in to be worthwhile. I'm almost level 40. Just 120 more levels to go. We love just yelling at things and them dying. Perfect. Oh, that broke my ankles. That's tragic. How are you gonna tell me that that broke my ankles? Alright, I should have most of these quests done, I think.
How can I be of service? How can I be of service? Would you do
Oh,
something?
it's very close. I have to find Brighton the Bold. What the hell?
What can I do?
Alright, let's
for
finish
you?
that. Level 40! Dun 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 dun! Check that out. We are now 40 levels closer. Phenomenal. That's excellent. Level 40. New skirmish available. I'm not doing skirmishes right now. Hell yeah. Alright, let's find all of these in my chest and then I'll be able to kill them. Not kill them, but get rid of them.
Might I take a
All
moment
right.
of your time?
There's much to do. Are you sure, dude?
Stay a moment.
Defeat Kurgrim and Hod Valandur. Okay. I am going to be going back to Tenudur so that I can Dindu00, what's max level? I think it's, from what I've been told, it's 160, which is actually insane. It is actually an insane amount of levels to like work towards.
Might I take a moment of your time?
But from what I understand, like it's not like Lord of the Rings Online is not your standard MMO where all of the content is locked behind max level. From what I understand, you can do most of the content in the game at various levels. Like a lot of them are scaling instances, so you don't need to be max level to do them. So I don't think that you need to hit 160 for anything other than like, I'm assuming there's probably some raids that you can do at that level or not, but I don't believe that hitting max level is imperative to your enjoyment of the game, from what I understand.
Might I take a moment of your time?
But we are now level 40. This is the most amount of levels that I've received in this game.
Could I speak?
I think the highest that I had gotten, well, every level that I gain is the highest level that I've had before, but at this moment in time, it is absolutely one of those things where, for me, this is the highest level since I stopped playing back in 2023, where I think I got to level 34. Alright, so we go to Tenued Ear so that I can turn some of these things into my bank. And then I'll also be able to do some of these tasks. I think I can do the Broken Longsword quest like 8 different times, which is exactly what I need to do.
What can I do for you?
Oh, and you do get some XP off of that. Broken Longswords.
What do you need? How can I be of service? What do you need?
I'm at my limit of tasks for today? Shit. Alright, well, that kind of threw a wrench in there. So we're gonna open my vault and we're gonna dump some stuff in here. So I don't need the whetstone, don't need that. Don't need this. The yellow flax fiber does not go into woodworking. That goes into tailoring. So the good news is I have now discovered that it's not a matter of these are, oh, what's the word? I can't remember the word. Jewelers. There isn't an affinity, that's what it is, on these tabs. It's just going into whatever the stacks are that currently exist, which is good. Okay, so it goes into woodworking. Platinum ore went into misc. Jewelers. And I think most of this can be trashed as well. Except for the artisan cases. I thought there was like an affinity that I had applied somewhere. Nope, not there. Those are weaponsmith cases that made their way into the metalsmith cases. Into the metalsmith tab, rather. Scholar. There we go. And then I don't need these anymore, but I don't know if... Well, not all of them. I can use these well-kept mathams, but I don't know if I can actually sell these on the auction house or not. I don't want to get rid of them, but I also don't want to hold on to them either. Oh, gotcha. I'm thinking about trying it. Never played. I enjoyed a good grind on an MMO. I think, personally, I don't know what MMOs you've played before. If you have played World of Warcraft, the game plays similarly enough to World of Warcraft to where you will feel at home mechanically, with enough variance and what I would like to call whimsy and sauce to be different and entertaining enough to hold your attention. I think that if you enjoy MMOs in general, you'll be a step ahead on like people who have never tried an MMO before. But I do think that if you've played World of Warcraft and you enjoy MMOs in general, you'll probably enjoy this game quite a bit. We're gonna sell the 50 broken longswords. Grey Goose. Yeah, I don't want to hold on to any of these. I don't need the Numenor bands. I don't need the Black Faction badges. I'll hold on to the Well-Kept Mathams, and then maybe you'll find out where that the Founding Writ quest is, and then I'll be able to actually turn that in. We're gonna get rid of those broken longswords. I'm gonna abandon that because I am at my task limit, so we're gonna go ahead and cancel that. We'll do that later.
What do you need?
And I think while we are around the fire, we will enjoy some brandy wine, and we will also enjoy a nice toke on Ronald Dwayle's pipe. Excellent. Played most of the big ones. WoW, Guild Wars 2, ESO, New World, BDO being the longest I've played. Hell yeah. I think that if you've played any of those, you'll probably feel more than at home playing this game. It is probably closer to like World of Warcraft and a little bit of old school RuneScape in the sense of like just how long it takes to do the tasks and stuff. But like quest wise, gameplay wise, it is very, very similar to WoW. If you're not a fan of that kind of gameplay, since you've played BDO a lot, like if you're more of a fan of the action RPG or the action MMO playstyle, then you'll probably run into a moment where it's like you don't really want to play that version or that gameplay style.
What can I do for you?
I need to go to Ostfarad. But if you're able to play the tab targeting system of games pretty well, and by pretty well, I just mean like if you're able to enjoy it, if you're able to enjoy that kind of play style, then I think that you'll enjoy this quite a bit. Because the world's huge. Like, the game is huge, actually. So, like, I've been in Evandim since yesterday, if not a little bit the day before, and I'm not even done. Like, there's just so many quests that I can do, and it is just a giant game. Like, I think I could probably go back to Arid Luin, the starting area, and do quests there still. And then there's obviously the Shire. You have quests here. You have Breeland. You have... I don't know where Mordor is. Right click on map to zoom out. There's even more. Okay, so there's Eriador, which is where I'm at. There's Rohan. There's Mordor. There's Gondor. This Herodwaith area is apparently a new DLC area. I don't think I can zoom out anymore. Yeah. There's the Rovanion, the Forodwaith, the Misty Mountains Cold. Yeah, there's Umbar. Like, there's just a huge amount of things to play. Beto did spoil the idea of action combat, but I still would play a tab target just fine. Yeah, if you can find enjoyment in tab targeting games, then I think that you would enjoy this quite a bit. Because, like, BDO is... I'm with you on that one. Like, BDO is really hard to kind of wrap your head out of once you get really into it, because it's like, the combat is so smooth, it's so satisfying, it's so fun. And then, graphically... Still, BDO is one of the best looking MMOs on the market, even after it's been around for quite some time. Alright, where's this dude at? Like, BDO, I've always said that if BDO had actual good PvE content and it wasn't just mob grinding and like the occasional dungeon, and by dungeon I mean like I think there's only 2 maybe right now, and those aren't even like real dungeons. They're kind of like just not even instanced. They're just basically regular open world farms. But if they had like actual dungeons and they had actual raids that weren't just world bosses and stuff, I would probably make that my main MMO. Where am I at? I thought I had a quest to go over here and like kill the dude. Did I go the wrong? I might have gone. Oh wait, no, this guy. Oh, he's level 40. Where's this guy at? Northeast of Tinudir. Return to the mainland and follow the road north at the crossroads of Kanandiak until you reach Ostfarad. Yes. This way. There's a few more now, and they're so ass. The group content is just bad. It's too focused on solo gameplay, which kind of defeats the idea of an MMO. Yeah, that's part of my kind of issue with BDO. Like, BDO is so fun to play. It's so graphically beautiful to look at. A lot of the lore and locations, I think, is really, really good. But it's, like, just not super excellent when it comes to, like you said, group content and then like PvE content. Like if they had actual raids and dungeons, even if they were half as good as what World of Warcraft offers, I would probably play BDO like just permanently.
Why are you bothering me?
Damn, this dude's an ass. Fine, fine, I'll change my ways. I don't think you will, dude. I remember that for a while, I know that I was interested in learning more about the BDO group content, but they had made some changes a while ago. I say a while ago as if it was like a few months ago. It was a while ago as in it was like probably a couple of years ago, if not more, wherein you actually basically get penalized if you are in a group because like you're not getting as much XP or as much loot, and so it's just not as good. Even heroes will find themselves in need someday. There are some materials of worth within this present. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Enhanced XP supply. Elite Mark Acquisition Boost. I don't know what marks do. Slayer Deed Accelerator. Okay. Not too awful. I will refrain from using those just yet. Yeah, if they just copied a WoW idea for that stuff, BDO would do a lot better. I think that if they were to actively like put together a bunch of PvE content that was both rewarding and fun to do, then I think that they would see a large majority of people just kind of flock, like a whole new player base come in, because it's like, and this is what's really hard too, right? Because like PvP focused MMOs are oftentimes niche already. Like they're usually the least popular ones because of the fact that they're just PvP oriented, and so it's difficult to really get them to become popular because not everybody wants to do PvP as the only source of content. And then beyond that, you have games like EVE Online and like other, it's not an MMO, but like games like Rust where they're full loot PvP. Albion Online is a really good example where it's a full loot PvP MMO. Like those games are popular, but they're not mainstream for a reason. And I think if you were to, and as far as I know, Pearl Abyss has been making a lot of changes to BDO to where they're not really incentivizing open world PvP anyway. So if they were to make it to where you didn't really have open world PvP and they just had more and better designed PvE content, I do think that BDO would be a lot more popular even with the enhancement and kind of like pay to win gear system they have. Although I will say that they'll probably capture more of a player base if they were to include like a PvE system that was actually worthwhile doing, and wherein you could do the dungeons or the raids that they were to make and you get loot for them. Yeah, they killed open world PvP. I used to watch Blue Squadron and he had gone over some of the changes that I had seen like just a few months after I stopped playing a few years ago. And some of those were just like insane. Oh, we got an ad. So we will take a break here. And I'll be able to check my messages while we do that. Just a few more seconds and I think we'll be good to go. Alright, ad's done. Now I'm gonna go ahead and turn the ticker off. Yeah, from what I understand, a lot of what Blue Squadron was talking about back before I stopped watching him because I just stopped playing the game was that like a lot of the changes to PvP just weren't conducive to incentivizing more PvP, and you were actively being punished if you were to flag on people that weren't already flagged. Like, you weren't really getting any bonuses from doing it. There wasn't like any need to, there wasn't any, like, when the game first released, there was more of an incentivization to flag on people and kill them because of the fact that, like, the resources were so finite. Like, you only had a few different grind spots. But now it's like, you have all of these other grind spots that you can get to. Like, you don't need to do anything else. So, like, if you are currently grinding out in Sawsons, then you can just go fuck off and do something else. You don't have to continue to grind Sawsons.
What do you need?
Which one is it? Hang on, which one is it? Where am I at? Min Arain. Okay, that's
How
right.
can I
Gotta
be
go.
of service?
Gotta go to Min Arain. I can turn in that quest for defeating the hard ass, but I think instead I'm going to be doing these quests, and then I'll turn in them all at once, which will be fun. I also think it's like, at least for me, it's kind of hard for me to like get super into an MMO that is PvP only. It's almost like I would need to have friends to play it with in order to really get into it, because then it's like the stakes are not necessarily something that I want to stomach on my own. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, the rubbings. Damn, a 1200 crit? That's huge. That's right, dude, you run away. Interrupted? I wasn't doing anything. Do I need to kill any more of these guys? I don't actually know if I need to or not. I guess not. I'm gonna go kill this guy just in case I need to, but I don't think I do. Yeah, no doubt. And saying that when Midnight came out for WoW, all I really did was BGs on my Rogue and Hunter. I think it's really weird because, like, on the one hand, like, PvP is a very niche kind of, like, pastime in terms of goals and MMOs and stuff. And at the same time, it's really difficult to find a good PvP MMO. Like, even the PvP in WoW is kind of lackluster compared to... Like, I think BDO had some of the better PvP that you could get access to in an MMO, but ever since they started to kind of kill off a lot of the open world stuff, it's really difficult to get into it without, like, doing all the queue bullshit. But in WoW, it's probably still not the best, but it's probably okay. It's probably middle of the pack. Like, if you consider other MMOs with PvP, with better PvP systems like Guild Wars 2, or I guess even ESO to a degree. Have I tried the PvP in this game? I have not, no. There are, I think, skirmishes that you can do, which I believe are basically battlegrounds. To say whether or not they're good, I would be unable to say whether or not they're good, unfortunately. Program Slayer Advanced, okay. The most that I can say about PvP in Latro is that I know it exists. I don't know to what extent it exists. And I don't know, like, how cultivated it is. So, like, to use WoW as an example, they haven't really added a new, like, battleground in forever. And it's kind of the redheaded stepchild. Like, they don't really do anything for PvP in WoW. Sometimes they'll add new arenas, but that's really it. And beyond that, they don't really balance anything very well, and so on and so forth. And similarly, I wonder whether or not the PvP is kind of neglected in Latro. I'm not sure if it is or not. Surely it isn't as bad as the PvP is in Final Fantasy XIV. Because the Final Fantasy XIV has neglected their PvP in such a way that it's, like, not even worth doing ever. Oh, was I supposed to get rubbings? What am I doing here? The ring is not here. Oh, I'm looking for a ring. Like, I don't know if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, but if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, or rather, if you've never played it, the PvP in that game is so neglected, it's such an afterthought, it's basically not existent. They kind of did what WoW wanted to do initially in Legion, wherein they were effectively normalizing everybody's stats who were participating in an attempt to make sure that people felt like they were able to jump on into PvP without having to have an entire set of PvP gear first. But it's even worse in Final Fantasy XIV. There's only, like, I think 3 total battlegrounds in that entire game, and even your abilities are... Oh hell yeah, I found a Rantar's ring. Even the abilities are normalized, so you basically choose, like, whether or not you're a healer, a DPS, or a tank, and then all of your buttons get replaced with whatever buttons that they feel are PvP buttons. And it's not good. And this is coming from, like, a PvE Andy. Like, I'm typically going to only ever play PvE in most MMOs that I ever play. And even as somebody who doesn't PvP, the PvP in FF14 was not good. Oh no, my music is gone. Hang on, I gotta redo it. Otherwise, we gotta listen to the soothing sounds of water and my really awful hand drum in Latro. Hang on, it's thinking about it. There it is. We fixed it. Alright, what am I doing in here? Am I just killing dudes? Yeah, it's actually insanely impressive, actually, how bad the PvP in FF14 is. And it's like a weird state of contention for me, because I used to really like World of Warcraft PvP back when I was playing more heavily, or the most heavily, back in Warlords of Draenor going into Legion. But then whenever Legion released and then you had the artifact weapons, I stopped playing PvP because it felt really, like, really bad. That's kind of when it started to turn into a matter of it is a battle of whose cooldowns are going to line up in a much better way as to just one-shot the enemy team. And it was even worse with the, like, the artifact abilities. And so I just ended up not playing PvP in Legion. And then it was more of the same in BFA, because with BFA, you had the Heart of Azeroth necklace, and that had Azerite abilities, which was, again, just more artifact abilities to deal with. And then, going into Shadowlands, like, Shadowlands was, I think, probably the better instance of WoW PvP in a long time. But then, the problem was that it was Shadowlands. And so you needed to deal with the shit show that was that expansion, and just how bad it was in general. So not only did you need to deal with just overall Shadowlands, then you had to deal with like the PvP queues and whatnot, so that wasn't necessarily a great time. But the actual mechanical execution of PvP and the rewards and stuff, like, from what I understand from like PvP onlys, it was a really good time to do PvP in WoW. And then I don't know if it got better or worse in Dragonflight or the War Within. I dabbled a little bit in PvP during the War Within, the last WoW expansion, but I haven't really done it enough to really determine whether or not it was a good expansion to PvP in or not. I know a large majority of my time spent doing PvP in the War Within was world PvP. I would just I would do crate farms, like the war crate farms. Like, if you got a group big enough, you'd get like a raid group and you'd go around from zone to zone getting the war crates, because it was like 60 conquest guaranteed per crate if you could do it. And if you got a good enough shard, you were able to just get a free crate for however long.
Greetings.
So that was pretty nice.
Greetings.
I did do quite a bit of PvP as a Blood Death Knight in Dragonflight, but I did get a little miffed with PvP in Dragonflight because I got high enough rating to unlock the white Amir Drasil tier set from the PvP, like the Conquest gear,
What do you need?
but for whatever reason it overwrote my, like, whenever we went into the next season, I think it was either season 4, I think it was season 4, they overwrote my completion credit, and so I lost those transmogs, and so I just stopped PvPing after that.
Greetings.
And then, like I said, the most PvP that I did was a few BGs, and then mostly crate farms
How
in
can I be
the
of
War
service?
Within. Yeah, I did some crates in Midnight. Yeah, they're they're either really easy conquest or they're insane. There's no real in between. All right, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Tomb of Hod Valandur and return a scepter held by Kurgrim within. Okay. And that is Hod Eldikar. So which one is the one I need to go to? This one. I don't think I can mark it on my map. No, I can't. I think it's over here. Yeah, the crates are interesting because, like I said, they're either all in or nothing, really. Because you have, like, if it's a 40-man raid versus a 40-man raid, they get nuts. Like, it... And it's usually, at least in my experience, it's usually a failing venture. Like, I never was able to win a 40v40 on the crate farms. Or at least the groups that I was ever in weren't able to do so. And I don't know if that's because I'm just a horde Andy and, you know, we kind of suck at PvP in general, or if that's because of some other reason. This is the wrong one. Or if it's due to some other instance, like we just didn't have enough healers or enough DPS, etc. And then, like, the other time that you'll get into, or the other kind of group that you'll get into, is you'll just run into the stragglers. Which, if you've done a few, then you know what I'm talking about. You'll run into the stragglers where, like, there's 4 or 5 people of the opposing faction, and then you have, you know, 40 people to deal with them. So it's basically no contest for the conquest crate, which is usually pretty nice. Alright, these guys are only giving way fewer XP now. But that is A-okay. Which one was it that the... I feel like it was over here. It wasn't that one. I guess it was over here, I think. I'm a huge fan of Mythic Plus and WoW personally myself. Although I also am quite fond of heroic rating. I do hope, to a degree, that there's variations of heroic rating as well as, like, not necessarily Mythic Plus, but perhaps... I feel like I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Where did the one go? I feel like I'm just going into the wrong ones over and over. But I do hope that there's, like, a similar version of Mythic Plus in this game, even if it's just the T1 to T3 dungeons or whatever. Alright, which one? Valander, that's the one I need to go to. Which I guess is this little little hut over here. Bring a rogue main, no one wanted me for Mythic Plus. I do hate that World of Warcraft does that kind of thing. Wherein, like, they're such meta slaves that they will basically gatekeep content if you don't play what is considered, like, the best class or the best specialization. Unless my healer or tank buddies carry me in groups. I think that, and this is the biggest problem too with World of Warcraft, a lot of, like, content that you might be gatekept from, like, from other players because they're just being idiots. A lot of that can be mitigated if you make your own groups, but I hate that as, like, the general advice to get into content, because it's like, well, yeah, you could make your own group, but what if you don't know, or, like, don't want the pressure of having to be the group leader for that, you know, like, because it is not quite a skill, but it is still something that, like, you might have a gap in knowledge of, not knowing how to be a group leader. Because you could just be... Because, like, sometimes it's not just a matter of, like, having to invite people and that be it, rather. Sometimes you have to do more than that, which is really annoying. And for some people, that's just something that they don't really grasp or know how to do. And I think that it's, and this is coming from somebody who, like, makes their own group quite frequently, it's not helpful advice whenever somebody's like, yeah, I don't get to do this content because I don't get invited to groups, and then, like, the only response they get is just make your own group. It's like, that is a solution, but it's not a good one. You know, like, it doesn't feel good to be told, yeah, just make your own group and it'll fix all of your problems. I would let them do that and I would be along for the ride, yeah. Because it's like, it's weird, right? Because if you're the group leader, you get to choose who comes in on the group and you get to go to the dungeon, like, at your discretion. And then other times, it's like, you get blamed because you invited somebody who, quote-unquote, wasn't good enough for the content that you're wanting to do. And so it's just one of those things where it's like, it's a you're damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of situation if you don't want to be a group lead. Because there's no real incentivization beyond just having your own key to do. You don't give a fuck about meta, you want to play what you like because you don't care if it's good or not. Yeah, and that's the way that it should be for a large majority of people who play these games. Because, like, if you're doing a +10 in WoW, it doesn't matter what class you're playing. It doesn't. If you're doing
normal to heroic rating. It doesn't matter what class you're playing. It does not matter. And people are like doing MDI strats and they're doing mythic raid strats, and it's like, you guys are insane. Like, you don't need to be doing any of these things for the content that you're doing. I like to compare it to, like, if you're playing League of Legends, or if you've ever heard of League of Legends or esports in general, you might have heard of Faker. He's a guy from one of the Korean teams. Like, he is indisputably the best League of Legends player that's ever played the game. And if you're not playing at Faker's level, you don't need to copy anything that he does. And as a matter of fact, it's probably ill-advised to copy anything that he does, because you'll probably be a detriment to your team more than anything. Where is it that I need to go? I'm missing something here. Hod Eldikar. Where's Hod Eldikar? Further down. Yeah, he's crazy. And so it's like, unless you're playing at Faker's level, or unless you're Faker, there is a huge amount of variance in how you're going to play, the teammates that you're going to be playing with, whether or not you're going to be able to pull off really any of the things that he does. And so it's kind of like, there are certain rules to playing the game, and unless you're good enough, you don't get to break the rules. But for the vast, vast, vast majority of players, you don't get to break the rules. If that makes sense. Like, if you are a normal Andy, like you're just playing normal raid, you don't get to do anything that the mythic players are doing, because the content that you're participating in isn't good enough. I'm in the wrong crypt. This is trash. Or rather, the content that you're doing isn't hard enough to warrant that, and you as a player are not good enough to be able to pull off the same things as, like, method in WoW, right? And I think a lot of people just kind of get caught up in the whole, well, the best players in the world are doing this, so I also have to do it. And it's like, well, you don't really have to at all. Is this Eldikar? I think this is Eldikar. And that's kind of also why, so far, I've enjoyed Lotro quite a bit, because it's like, from what I've seen in the world chat on the server that I'm on, which is Glamdring, like, no one has really been discussing meta. No one's been discussing, like, if you're doing it this way, then you're wrong. There hasn't been any instances of that, and I'm sure there are, right? Like, I saw some posts on the subreddit about somebody who wanted to do a dungeon a certain way, and, like, whenever they had one mistake, they were like, alright, well, I guess this group can't do it, and then they left. So, I'm not saying that that kind of player doesn't exist in Lotro, because it'll exist wherever there is kind of difficult content to be had, but it's still interesting to know that it's less of a... it's more of an exception rather than the rule, which is good to know. Man, this dude's just running everywhere, isn't he? Is this a popular server? I have no clue. It's the server that I'm on. From what I understand, and this is from what I've read on the subreddit, Glamdring is more of an endgame focused server, so like you'll have more people doing endgame stuff and endgame content, but it's still just as populated as like other servers, I believe. So I joined Glamdring because I used to be on a 32-bit server called Crick Hollow, and then they closed all of the 32-bit servers in favor of the 64-bit architecture, and I transferred to Glamdring using my free transfer because of what I read on the subreddit. And now, mind you, that was like a year ago, so the post rather was a year ago, not me swapping over to Glamdring was a year ago. So I'm under the impression that if the one-year-old Reddit post is to be trusted, then I'm presuming that the community on Glamdring is a little bit more focused on doing harder content as opposed to doing more community-based events. That, however, isn't to say that they don't do community-based events. Because yesterday, before I started streaming, I had seen some no, not yesterday, it was the day before. I was traveling throughout the Shire and I saw some adverts from other players about a player-led concert in Bree, and so they were going to be like porting people into the same layer so that they could attend the player-led concert and listen to whatever music that they were playing. I'm partial to believing that they were playing a bunch of Metallica and Black Sabbath music because I've seen YouTube videos of people recording those player-led concerts wherein they were just playing Metallica and Black Sabbath songs outside of the Prancing Pony and Bree, which I think is very funny. But all that's to say that there are community-driven events. There are community-driven, like, fun things that aren't necessarily sanctioned by the game on this
How can I
server.
be of service? And
And it's not just, you know, you must raid, you must do high dungeons, that kind of thing. I don't know, like, the actual population on these servers, or whether or not there's, like, a lot of players on them. I have no clue how to determine the actual, the quote-unquote health of the server.
what do you need?
Because it's not like WoW, right? Where, like, you have to have your faction split, and now it's not so important that you have an equal number of Horde and Alliance, but, like, before it was. So you don't really have that in Lotro, because everyone is a part of technically the same faction. But I don't exactly know what it is that determines, like, a quote-unquote healthy server for Lotro. Which one did I wear with my shoes? I think it was shoes that I picked up, or was it pants? Shoes of the Heartmender, that's what I went with. Let's go with the pauldrons of the Heartmender then.
Might I take
Perfect.
a moment of your time?
Please journey to Akkad Garthadir and join the fight there. Alright, where's that at? Oh, that's way further in. Okay, shit. Man, that's a bunch of quests. And these were the pauldrons. Now I have a 2-set, which is +7 will and +5 vitality. That's pretty huge. I'm down for that. Let me double check what I have in my inventory here, and let's destroy these. I think we'll hold on to those for now. Yeah, something that I'm really fond of with this game is the loot window here. I really like that they've kind of split that up so that you can kind of preserve your bag space for a little bit, and it's not just a be-all, end-all, wherein you just have to make so many more trips back to town or to a vendor. Because they'll sit in your bags, or rather your item bank for like an hour, which is really good. Kurgrim Slayer. Title awarded. Bane of the Kurgrim. Okay, sick. And then this is the advanced track, I believe. The advanced Kurgrim Slayer. I'm gonna see if there is a milestone for me to collect over here, and then hopefully there is. If there is one, I think I have a map to Bree. No, a map to Bywater and a map to the party tree. That is not at all what I thought I had. Blinding glare. Damn. A basic attack hit for 533. That's huge. There we go. Does this game have any shop stuff that's maybe not pay to win but close like a value pack in BDO? There is a shop, and then I would say that it's probably not pay to win from what I've seen. You do get perks if you subscribe to the game, which is to be expected considering that it is it's a free-to-play game, but it's like a subscription model like WoW is. I guess if you consider like a subscription giving perks as like pay for convenience or pay to win, then yeah, there is some pay for convenience and pay to win stuff in it. But from what I understand, you don't really miss anything if you don't subscribe. I am dying. I would like to heal. Gotcha, that's fine then. Yeah, and you can also go into the store or onto their website, and they'll go over the perks that you can unlock with VIP. I think most of it was like you get a stipend every month of like I'm trying to think. You get a stipend of whatever the premium currency is called each month, very similar to how ESO works. You also get access to, I think, all of the quest packs. I think it works very similarly to how ESO works, in that you get access to all of the quest packs without having to buy them except for like the most recent ones. People who have been playing for much longer than I should, if they are in the chat, please correct me. And then beyond that though, I think for the most part it's pretty standard for an MMO. I do realize there was an ad, so I'll just repeat all of that here momentarily. I don't know how much of my speech got cut off there from the ad or not, but anybody who's been playing this game longer than I have and able to confirm or deny whether or not like the VIP stuff is probably close enough to ESO's model or not, wherein you get access to a monthly stipend of your premium currency. It works very similar to ESO in that regard, and then it is like I said, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't have much else beyond that. I think it's got some accelerated XP that you can get once each day. It's very similar to like rested XP, and it only works once a day, I believe. I think you get access to, from what I've seen at like the boatswains and like the stable masters, that's what they're called. They're not called the fight masters. The stable masters have like options that only members can take advantage of, like the really, really fast travel, the ones that aren't horses. That's chill then? Yeah. I think they were able to prevent a lot of the like pay-to-win aspects from the game from taking root because of the fact that they are running a subscription-based model as opposed to just a free-to-play like premium model. Oh, this guy's not dead yet. What the hell? His health bar disappeared, so I thought he was dead. And then he's still attacking me. I don't mind the idea of MMO being a sub versus the KR MMO with hella microtransactions. That's fair. I do think that the way that they're doing it is probably better. Oh shit, I'm getting attacked from behind. And it's also good to understand and like recognize that this game is free to play. Like it's free to play and free to try. Oh god, this guy's fucking 41, 49, I'm gonna die. I'm running away. Uh-oh. I did not realize this guy was level 49. I gotta run. I was like, man, why is like none of my abilities hitting this guy? That was very close. I did not want to make that run all the way back here. That would have been tragic, truly. That guy squared up real fast and he was like, you fucking thought. Alright, what level are these guys? I can fight these guys. I can fight things when they're my level. Alright, so these guys are nuts. Excuse me. Let's hope this doesn't leash extra shit, because if it does, I might be screwed. HP, 3200 HP, what the hell? Uh-oh, I got stunned. Damn. Those things hurt. I'm still sad about Ashes of Creation. I did the Steam play and loved it, other than some griefing aspects of the game. It is insane to me how seemingly there is like zero way for like crowdsourced and crowdfunded MMOs to occur and take place without being scams. Like the only two that I know of that aren't trash are Project Gorgon and Albion Online. Those are the only two crowdfunded MMORPGs that I know of that have actually released and have actually enjoyed some modicum of success.
How can I be of service?
Nice. Oh no. See, this is what I was talking about though. Like the Swift travel is only available to VIPs. So if you wanted to get here from Tunadir, you would need to use Swift travel and you'd need to be a VIP. But it's much like other MMOs with a subscription model. It's like $15 a month, which is not horrendous. I'm checking some notes here. Give me a second. $15 a month is it is a lot to some people. I grew up where like $15 was quite a bit, so I'm not downplaying the amount of money that is, but it is standard for the genre to be about $15 a month for a sub, so it's not too bad. At the very least, it's not like Eve where they increased their fucking like Eve Online increased their sub fee from like $15 a month to like 20 or 25, something nuts, and it's like, damn.
Might you spare a moment of your time?
Alright, what the hell is this? It's a daily quest, or a repeatable quest at least. Oh god. Alright, I gotta talk to this guy.
What do you need?
There we go.
Stay a moment.
Yeah, a few hours here and there, you for sure get $15 worth of fun. Hello, sub inflation. Yeah, like it's nuts because like EVE Online was like a $15 a month game, and it's like I am surprised that sub inflation has not gone across more games in the industry, because like it's honestly a miracle that in a world where video games are no longer a $60 standard, it's like 70 to 80 to 90 now. Like, yeah, like what you just said, like games going to $70, but subs and MMOs stayed steady at 15. That's what just what I was about to say. Because it's like World of Warcraft has been $15 a month since its inception. I don't know if this game has always been $15 a month, but I do know that it's still $15 a month right now, which is kind of nuts. So personally, I think that if there is, because like we can look at some of the Lotro store stuff here. They do that thing where like you get Lotro points, and the way that the Lotro points work, I'm not gonna click buy in case it doxes me, but the Lotro points, like, it's not quite 1-to-1, right? I don't think that one Lotro point is 1 penny. I think it's like 100 is like $5 or $10 or some shit like that. But I will say that the fact that they have these things, like they have some stuff where you can like increase your inventory space, much like BDO does. You got the services that you're most likely familiar with, like race change, character names, that kind of thing. You got your buffs. This is going to be similar to BDO, where you have like the different kind of either XP bonuses or deed boosts. You also have like a bunch of cosmetics. Like, I am completely okay with games selling cosmetics on the side, even if they're objectively cooler than ones that you can get in game, as long as the game's subscription does not go much higher than it already is, if at all. So like the fact that people bitch so much about World of Warcraft's real money store, but the fact that the sub fee is still $15 a month is, in my opinion, completely okay. Like, if the sub fee goes up to $20 a month and they still have shit in the store, then it's really annoying, and it's really shitty. And again, I'm not disparaging the frustration that there is a real money store in a video game that you pay a month, like monthly, to play, because that is frustrating and it is annoying. But it could be worse, which I think is a valid criticism of like the people who are completely anti real money stores.
Surely you have the time to listen to my
This
tale.
is a repeatable quest. Hang on, wait a minute. I am.
Stay a moment.
Okay, here it is. I was wondering if all of these were just like repeatable dailies / weeklies, or if this was like more of the story. And it looks like at least a couple of these are repeatable dailies. But anyway, I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I am a little bit hungry. It's like 2 p.m. on my end, and I do need to probably get some food in me and maybe do a couple of chores around the house. I usually stream every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday and Saturday I will stream starting around 6:30 p.m. Central in time for my World of Warcraft guild raid, and I'll usually stop around 9 to 9:30 p.m. that same day. And then I'm gonna probably start doing double streams on Saturdays if I don't have anything going on Saturdays. And I'll start at 10 a.m. on Saturdays and end around the same time as now, so 2 p.m. And then I'll start it up again at 6:30 for the next guild raid that we have in WoW. I'm probably going to be playing more Latro on those morning streams, and then Sundays are definitely morning streams for Latro. And then if I don't have much going on Mondays like today, then I will be streaming Latro around the same time, around 10 a.m. Central to 2 p.m. Central. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I hope that the rest of your Monday and the rest of your week goes great. If you do give this game a shot, I do hope that you enjoy it, Dindu, because I think that it's a lot of fun. And I think that if you are familiar enough with WoW and you enjoy WoW enough, I think you'll enjoy this game quite a bit. And I will talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Peace.